Recording in progress.
Welcome to the Provo Municipal Council Work Session, 11:30 a.m. Tuesday, May 16th, 2023. Meetings of the Municipal Council are being held in hybrid fashion. That is, members of the public can view council meetings on YouTube and Facebook, or they may attend in person at Provo City Hall. And we do need to apologize today that we are running late. It is now 11:54. Note, I remind participants to limit side conversations and noise when not speaking to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast. We would like to welcome Justin Harrison, Brian Jones, Councilor Bill Fillmore, Councilor Rachel Whipple, myself, Catrice McKay, and Councilor Dave Shipley. And we will have an opening prayer today by Catrice McKay. Dear Heavenly Father, we are grateful to be gathered here today. We pray that we can do work for the city in behalf of the citizens and do what is best for the city of Provo, and that we can continue to enjoy the beautiful day and the quality of life here. And we pray that we will continue to have things go favorably in regards to flooding, and that we can continue to be prepared. We say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Please wait to speak until called on by council chair. It is proposed that we approve the following minutes: March 28th, 2023 work meeting, April 18th, 2023 council meeting, and the May 2nd, 2023 council meeting. Are there any objections or request changes? Seeing no objection, I declare the minutes approved by unanimous consent. All right, our first council business is an ordinance amending Provo City General Plan Appendix C regarding annexation map and policies. And this is a citywide application. It will be presented by Aaron Ardmore, our planning supervisor.
Okay, thank you, council. So this one is a pretty simple change. So if you look on the slide here, let me go to that. Areas 5 and 6 on our annexation policy map have language about bringing properties in those areas into the city under the OSPR, open space zone. However, there are agricultural properties up in those areas, and there's been discussion that it would make more sense to bring those in as agricultural zone to save those property owners a step in the process from not having to bring in annexation and then coming back with a rezone. So that's what's before you, and it just applies to areas 5 and 6. Those are the only areas that this language was existing. So that's what will be in front of you tonight. And if you have any questions, I'll try to answer those.
Okay, so I want to know what it means by intended to remain in agricultural use, how you determined that intention, and how that intention is manifested, how strong it needs to be. Sure.
So an example is like the Smith property, which you've seen the petition for. Long history of agricultural use. In our conversation, no intention to do anything else with the property, but they want to become part of the city. So that's one example where, for now, yes, they would come in as a agricultural property. Of course, them or a subsequent property owner could come back with the rezone to a residential zone or whatever that may be. But it's saving the initial applicant if they want to continue the agricultural use, that step in the process.
Councilor Whipple, can I also address that?
Yes.
At the end of the day, the council is the one that's approving the annexation. So in essence, that means whatever you require it to mean at the time that you're considering an annexation as to whether you approve it or not. And again, recognize that the general plan is advisory only. So you could have somebody come in and say that they want to come into the city as agricultural, and you could say, too bad, we'll take you as OSPR. I mean, literally speaking, you could have somebody come in, and even though the policy says this, you could bring them in as residential because the general plan is not binding. But the point here is so that somebody who wants to come in as agricultural doesn't face the hurdle of asking you to do something that violates the policy, where the recommendation is to change it so that you at least have that option so that they can come in and ask for it, and it's not in violation of the general plan to ask for it. But you could, for example, ask for whatever evidence or whatever convincing you needed, even up to the point where you could ask for an annexation agreement that somehow bound them in some way.
Yeah, the other thing I was wondering is if something comes in the OSPR zone, is it more difficult for them to change it into residential than it would be from ag? If there's, a bias or an assumption with these different zones, how they would be used in the future?
Well, yes and no. I mean, Aaron can actually probably answer this better than I can, but you can build residences in the agricultural zone. The lots just have to be big, right? So if it comes in as agricultural, that could actually open it up to immediate residential development just on big lots.
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah. That's 100% true.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, we're going to look at an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 2 acres of property generally located at 2075 West Center Street from one-family residential to mixed use and authorizing a related development agreement. This is the Provo Bay Neighborhood and will be presented by Aaron Ardmore.
Okay, thank you again. So on this one, I plan to go into more depth tonight's meeting. Maybe just a quick overview of the property and kind of the history there. The property, let me get past the concept plans and pull up the general plan. A lot of this has to do with the general plan, so I thought maybe just hit on that for this study session. As staff, we encounter a number of people coming to our office asking what they can do on the property. Our default is always to go with what the general plan says. That's our guiding document, and we always refer people to that and steer people that way. If that's not what they want to do, we typically try to help them understand the steps that they would need to take to change that. But a lot of the times when someone's wanting to do something that's not in compliance with the general plan, they kind of just go away understanding that there's not a lot of support for that. This property that's going to be in front of you tonight, we've had different people come in over the years asking about increasing density here. In the past, that has ended with conversations in the development services offices because the general plan wouldn't support an additional increase here. So staff, as you've reviewed the staff report or the plan commission meeting, is recommending denial on this for the 2 acres, but would support 1 acre of mixed use zone. We feel that the 1 acre of mixed use zone complies with the general plan, while the 2 acres is essentially a 100% increase in what was expected for this property at this intersection. We're always going to encounter developers that want to get more, right? And there's some good things about this plan, but in the end, varying from the general plan in this type of situation, staff fears that would open the door to other areas on the west side or anywhere in the city, is it really, of people coming in and asking for doubling or whatever it may be of the proposed densities of the general plan. So given that for context, the plan itself is, like I said, to rezone these top 2 acres of the property to mixed use. It's a fairly new zone. That's
Aaron, can we speak to that point real quick?
Yes, please.
So can I ask, going back to the general plan map that you had with the node that is supposed to be mixed use, when that was mapped out, it's the city staff's understanding that that was just 1 acre of that corner.
Right.
How do we know by looking at this, how much acreage was, I mean, it shows a number, but are the lines actually, can we see where they go actually on the property as opposed to?
Yeah, you can see that. That's why I provided this one over here to the right. You can really see kind of where that line comes in according to the property. So the whole property is all of this. The rezone request is in the white.
Yep.
And then behind that, you could see where the general plan would anticipate that mixed use density coming in.
No, that's what I needed. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question on that portion of it?
Yes. So looking at your little bit on the right, I kind of see the pink area and the line, and this line cuts diagonal through houses, cuts through parcels. It is not a clean line that matches any existing property lines.
Right.
And my understanding is that these were deliberately bloopy, fuzzy lines so that there could be flexibility.
Yes, and that's been some of the consternation with this one, as with other requests out here on the west side that you've seen, kind of where that limit is. And I think the more helpful thing is identifying the acreage, where there's essentially 22 acres in that general Geneva Center Street area that we would anticipate going to mixed use. And we'd anticipate that certain density and that certain number of units on these properties. In this case, they're doubling that on the property, and we felt that that was just too much out of line with the general plan.
Well, earlier you said something that, this could double it forever, but it would only potentially double it if it's an area that's touching one of these bloopy things, right?
Well, on this request itself, right?
It's technical language there, sorry.
On this request itself, they're essentially asking for a double of what was anticipated, 100% increase of the density that was expected.
The density that was expected for this entire node?
No, for this particular property.
But the property, I just don't see how the property was fully defined in the node thing because of the way these lines were fuzzy and they were drawn. Because if it were one that followed parcel lines or something, then that math would be clear and easier for me. But the way it's cutting through just over half of the property, I'm having a problem with it.
Okay.
I guess I'm not the only one who's had a problem with this.
I think the applicant would has made the same arguments. But staff's position is that it was anticipated that mixed use would only apply to the north acre of this lot.
Aaron, I have a question for you. I went through all the planning commission and all the documents, and there's things I've been hearing about now outside of the documents I didn't see in the documents. So I'm wondering if you know if they are happening or not. Like one thing was bike lockers was mentioned on social media, that it was going to have bike lockers, and something else, electric charging stations. But I didn't see that at all in any of the documents we went over. And then I also saw that, the applicant has said that it's going to be condominiums, but I didn't see that in any of the documents. And in the planning commission, it was said it was going to be apartments. So I'm just wondering if you're aware of anything as far as EVs, charging stations, bike lockers, or condominiums.
You're correct. That would all be new information from the planning commission hearing. The concept plan in front of you didn't show those details. Staff had never understood these to be condos or owner occupied in any way. It's not out of the question that those things could be brought in. I think because there's a development agreement associated with this, that if those were important to the city council, that we'd want those included most likely. But to up to this point, in the meetings that we've had, in the review that we've had, they've just been apartments. They haven't showed that level of detail with any kind of parking amenities or bicycle amenities.
Okay. My other question is, there was talk on social media that this was going to be a condo for rent. What does that mean, a condo for rent? Does that mean like it's a condo with an HOA that you have to pay a monthly fee, but they're still all rentals? Do you know what that means?
Well, yeah, I mean, typically, unless it's adjusting the CCNRs, condos can still be rental units, right? Some
Like rental units owned by the developer that
right, the developer or some outside buyer can come and buy up multiple condos and then rent them out, unless it's specified in the CCNRs that there's some kind of limit to that. So whether they're apartments or condos, unless it's spelled out in restrictions, they could still be rentals. Does that make sense?
Okay, once, if this zone request is approved, once they have the zone request, from what I read in the development agreement, the only thing they would be held to is the square footage in amenity space. Is there anything else that they are held to with that zone change, or can anything else change within the rules of that zone?
Yeah, the other part of that, the development agreement that's been proffered, is the images of the concept plan. So kind of the elevations, the site plan, that's all tied to the
So
development
those
agreement as well.
specifics, like the
The s-
height
the-
and
yeah, the
have to be,
specific-
so they can change the colors, they can
You can
change.
change the colors, things like that. But yeah, in that section 4, where we typically see what's being proffered in development agreements, the only thing adjust there was the amenity space, and it was kind of more general. These are different things that could be involved. Didn't give a lot of detail there.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? All right.
Okay.
Like,
I think
you
I'll
weren't
save the
done,
rest for
right?
tonight, but yeah.
Well, you can finish.
No, that's as much as I really wanted to bring forward. I think.
Oh, I
I'll
think
provide more
Shipley has a
I gotta-
question.
I got to follow up on something. So
Yeah.
back to the map again, the
Yeah.
general map. So we got this weird line that cuts through all these different properties that we, when we drew this line, it wasn't, I don't know. We obviously didn't look at where the property lines were when we drew it. We just wanted a general, acreage idea, I think. If you were to take the acreage that's to the left here, my left, when I'm looking at it on a screen, does it give you another half acre on that corner of the street?
If you're talking about moving to the residential properties west of the subject property,
Right.
I
Because
haven't calculated that, but
the idea from
looking
staff
at it, it
is
might be
that
close.
we don't have enough acreage to do this amount of housing in the MU zone, and this would be like double what we had anticipated. But do we know how much acreage is on that corner in total?
I can calculate that and have that tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Whipple.
So for most of these little bloops, we've got acreage in there.
Mhm.
What's the acreage for that little node, the neighborhood mixed use?
For all 4 corners, it's listed as 22 acres. That's including the Smith's parcel, the Kroger parcel.
And where is that 22 acres?
So all 4 corners of
Okay.
Geneva and Center, it's all that red area.
And that 22 acres, was that calculated by looking at parcel lines and things like that?
Yeah, that's pretty much the development potential within that area for redevelopment.
So there could have been a more precise drawing of parcel lines for what you wanted to be in that zone.
I suppose it could have been, yes.
And that wasn't done. We had bloopy
Right.
lines instead.
Right.
Is it possible that by using that 1 acre that's south of the bloopy line, that you could just cut out a bit that's to the west or something and still have the right number of acreage?
I think to answer that, yes. I think what the risk is to staff's opinion is the further you expand that boundary and shift that boundary, you're taking away single family housing as well, which the council is aware that has been a need out here on the west side of getting more single family detached quality housing to kind of bump up the medium income and all that on the west side in the goals of the city. So as you start to expand any of that mixed use or LDR, MDR areas anywhere on this west side, that's going to eat into more of that single family.
I don't really see that it does eat into more of it though, because if you just take the portion that's immediately to the west of the north part, and those single family homes remain as they are not redeveloped, but they look like about, eyeballing here, the area that's in the pink there looks like it could map over to the south portion of that parcel that's already existing. It's just shifting that little chunk to down there, same numbers.
I see. I understand your point. Yeah.
So you already got single family housing right there. You're not adding 3 more single family houses on that 1 acre down below, but you are adding a lot more housing in an area that's right where we said that we want it.
Okay.
Okay. I just think that if we have drawn lines that are fuzzy, then we need to give people the benefit of working with those fuzzy lines. And since we have somebody who says, I want to do exactly what we've asked you to do here, and their parcel, the majority of it is within the bloop, then
But then you're affecting the property owners that you're taking that bubble from, right? Maybe they're anticipating a future redevelopment and you're taking that right away from them.
yeah, but they don't have a proposal before us right now. And we do have this one. This is actually something that will bring housing to our city right now. And anyway, we'll have more fun with it tonight, I think. Thanks, Aaron.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thanks.
All right, an ordinance amending Provo City Code regarding development landscaping requirements. This is a citywide application presented by Hannah Saldel.
Hello, I know this item has raised some additional concerns about artificial turf, which is in one of the sections that we're proposing to amend. Let's get through what we're proposing right now, and then we'll have time to address that this evening or later come up with a plan for this evening. So here we go. The objectives of these minor amendments being brought throughout this chapter are to standardize some of the requirements. We realized that we were going through doing cleanup. We don't need to do a lot of changes, but as we've added over the years, we have a lot of inconsistency. This has been a really heavily revised chapter lately. We missed some things or opportunities where we could maybe increase the percentage in one area, like the 35% vegetative coverage, bringing that up to 40 and make that the standard across. And also standardize the language we use to talk about these things, make it more consistent for developers. We do, of course, want to encourage vegetative coverage in yards, and especially in parking lots. And just some general cleanup tweaks. For example, that table that we're proposing to move in was already at the end of the chapter, but it's referenced in that section. We're just bringing it up to the section where it was referenced, minor cleanup like that. These 2 slides have summaries of all of the proposed changes. I won't go through all of them. The biggest shifts, though, the minimum vegetative coverage in park strips, the second line here, right now, instead of saying there's a minimum vegetative coverage limit like we do in every other part of our code, we say there's a maximum non-vegetative coverage limit, not including trees. We're just flipping the language on that, making it consistent. Expanding decorative landscaping materials in park strip under 4 feet to add permeable pavers, which are ideal and which we will be starting a rebate or discount program for. We want to make sure those are permitted by code. We also don't see the need to require decorative pattern on any poured concrete in that area. Not only is it unhelpful, we could see instances where the decorative pattern might be offensive. In some cases, better to just have it an expansion of the sidewalk. Getting into various sports logos, things like that. Yeah. The parking lot is where we're seeing the most major changes beyond just cleanup and standardization. We are proposing to expand the interior and perimeter parking lot strips from 5 feet to 7 feet to match what we've done with our park strips along roadways, with the same justification that we're going to be able to get bigger shade trees Because we're widening those strips, we're also going to expand the number of spaces between them from 3 to 5. I ran the numbers and you're still getting 80% parking and 20% park strip. So no actual change in the ratio of coverage, just getting more trees or more large trees. It is, however, just about impossible to widen a parking diamond from 5 feet to 7 feet and still have the 4 adjacent parking spaces be useful. There was strong staff support from multiple departments for just getting rid of them. Provo had them, then didn't, then added them back. Now we're looking at removing them again. I'm happy to be part of the saga, but they are also damaging to snow plows. There's additional maintenance and wear and tear concerns. Rather than listing all of the interior parking lot trees that are permitted, we'll just refer to the tree selection guide. We're looking at an update to that anyway, so rather than updating our list again in a couple of months and having to come back to you, we'll just go to the source and then just upgrading the diagrams a little bit to show these proposed changes. I should note that all of these proposed parking lot changes only apply to parking lots with 6 or more spaces. So we're not targeting these really small ones. They're not large enough to worry about the landscaping too much. Here are these diagrams, again, just showing going from the 5 foot to 7 foot. We added 5 and 7 foot labels on the images that you'll see in the new ordinance, thanks to Planning Commission, and widening from 3 to 5 stalls, and doing the same with perimeter parking lots. Any questions about this section?
Sure. We'd just like to recognize that Mayor Michelle Kafusi has joined us. Keep going, Hannah.
Oh, no, this is your time. That is my summary of all the amendments being proposed. I know it's a lot of small changes. Any questions?
And Councilor Bill Fillmore.
Yeah, just to be clear, Hannah, we're talking about a citywide change for any
Yes.
new development.
Yes.
Councilor Whipple.
Okay, so going back to the beginning, 15.20.060 design standards. Xeric landscaping and water-wise landscaping is encouraged in all yards if the landscaping plan for yards adjacent to a street meets the following criteria. So this is only talking about encouraging xeric landscaping. If somebody doesn't want to do xeric landscaping, this doesn't apply.
If they are reducing turf limits in their yards, they just have to make sure they have that same 35% or 40% coverage now. People don't tend to take away that much turf, which is vegetative coverage, without straying into xeric landscaping.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so one of the reasons we wanted to look at this is because Central Utah had its different landscaping standards, where you could have no more than 25% of your landscaping be turf grass.
35 for residential and 25 for commercial facilities.
Okay. So for us, we're saying if you want to do xeric, it needs to have at least 40% vegetative coverage. That could be 40% turf grass. So we are still allowing for our xeric landscaping to have a higher coverage of turf grass than would be recommended by the district's water standards.
Yes, by 5%. And that was just as we were leveling out the park strip, switching from that 60% non-vegetative coverage, flipping it to 40. We thought 40 across the board seemed like it met the objectives of our city to reduce urban heat island, get more vegetative coverage in a minimally invasive way with just 5%.
Yeah, and it's probably easier for somebody to eyeball it and say, yeah, it's about 40% than 35%. I just wanted to understand clearly the differences between what we're doing here and what they had proposed, because that was the reason we asked for this to be looked at again.
And they limit their 35% coverage to just turf. Our vegetative coverage includes plants. So you could have the plants scattered throughout your xeric-scaped areas count toward this vegetative coverage.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like that what you're working to do is to simplify this and say, yeah, 40%, just less than half needs to still be plants, whatever you're doing in your yard. But that's the basic message, right?
Yeah, we try to keep it flexible.
Okay. All right. So then are you going to talk about the artificial turf?
If no one has any questions about these proposed amendments, then sure.
I think you're good to go.
All right. So we're absolutely not trying to pull a fast one on anyone. The artificial turf section of our code has been here since October 2019. Looked up the ordinance. The justification, whereas paragraph for that cited it as just a low water alternative given Utah's annual low rainfall. We're adding this to our code. And that is true, but it is only part of the story with artificial turf. There has been a trend in the planning movement and the planning fields, these conversations we're having. Planners have been warned to have some policy for artificial turf, whatever it is, whether we're prohibiting it, permitting it, whatever, because they have started seeing trends, other cities nationwide, of people putting in artificial turf, especially the disabled and elderly who don't want to take care of a yard. But if you don't have any provision like ours, that it has to be a natural green color, you could have that fun neighbor down the street putting it in a BYU blue or a fun pink that matches their car. So that's why we have this here, is that it was part of the city's low water landscape revisions in 2019. And we wanted to make sure we were getting ahead of any potential controversies by having some provisions and some defenses. If that is not satisfactory for the city, or if the council wants to see a change, we would support that. It does worsen urban heat island effects. It gets really hot. Manufacturers actually recommend you have to hose down the parks or the artificial strip in hot areas before you let kids or dogs go on it, which is not really the sort of environment we necessarily want, even if it is a natural green color, even if it does look nice. We do understand as staff having some provisions for especially those who are elderly or disabled, but that might be the sort of thing where they need department permission, and this is given as an exception and not a by right landscaping design in the code. From our internal discussions, that's what we're offering, what we're proposing for the council. We'd be happy to have any amendments made to this ordinance that's coming before you tonight, and then look at other options. So to clarify, we could strike this entire artificial turf section tonight, and then we'll spend the next couple of months, come up with some procedures and reintroduce it to code when we're ready to do it in a way that the council is comfortable with.
Thank you, Hannah. And no one thought you were pulling any fast one. Don't think that. But we just noticed it because it was in this, and obviously we didn't even realize it was in it, right? Like we never thought about it before. Never thought about artificial turf. So I know we had some concerns because I know Public Works had talked out in the past about artificial turf being an issue for our aquifer and our environment. And I don't even remember all the reasons, but we'd like to get educated on that a little bit again. And then, but I get that there are exceptions. Like I'm in a family of golfers, and I know putting greens are a thing and people put in putting greens. So that would be one. So that's something that should be considered. So I don't know, anything else? Thoughts on Councilor Fillmore?
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear, Hannah. Is it your department's recommendation that we strike that section of the code tonight and then work over the next few months to get better language?
Our department is comfortable with whatever the council chooses to do on this. We see the pros of having artificial grass. We also see definite pros to regulating it a little bit more.
So you're not urging a particular position on that. You're just saying you want to clean it up one way or the other.
Not from development services at this time, but we are, again, we understand both points and we'd support whatever the council decides on this. Public Works might have a more firm stance.
Okay.
Should we hear from Dave Decker now on his opinion on artificial turf?
While he's coming up, I would just like to say that as somebody who likes the English language, I don't like having artificial turf grass included in the category of other things with living vegetation.
Thanks for the opportunity to clarify. Public Works would recommend striking this section. And let me explain a little bit. Hannah indicated that this ordinance was this was included in 2019. And we've learned a lot since 2019. The aquifer and the natural environment is important to the city for a number of reasons, obviously. But I think it's important that both the council and the residents understand the evolution of our understanding about those, how they interact. And so at this point, I would recommend, Public Works would recommend removing it and allowing the Committee of Parks and Development Services, Public Works, and our Energy Department to come up with some language where it would be allowed. I've spoken before, and a couple of the council members indicated that in other presentations, we've talked about the potential harm that artificial turf presents, even just locally, and I'm not talking about heat islands or a massive study. Even just locally, we have contractors indicating to residents that they need to put some kind of a sprinkling system in for cooling for either animals or their children before they play on it. We've had contractors indicate to homeowners that artificial turf will also add heat for damage of live, trees and bushes that are adjacent to it. So I think for a variety of reasons, we're recommending that it be removed and let the committee have some time to come up with some additional language on it.
Councillor Fillmore.
Yes, thank you. May I ask the chair's permission to shift away from the agenda and ask Mr. Decker a question about our flooding potential at this point? It's not on the agenda, but we've got him at the pulpit.
Sure.
You just give us an update on how things are looking with respect to the water flows coming down the canyon.
So yesterday we had some of the highest flows in the frontal canyons. We had over 40 CFS coming down Rock Canyon. Slate Canyon was running just about 20 CFS. Those are the highest flows that we've seen in both of those canyons. Little Rock Canyon on the north end, toward the north end of the city, was running about 2 CFS, and again, higher amounts that we've ever seen. And we're thinking at this point that the rain that occurred over the weekend and a couple of days, the Friday before the weekend, it probably influenced the flow in those canyons. But today, actually, we've seen all 3 canyons back off again. So we feel like the rain had a surprising influence in all 3 cases. The Provo River is running at the highest what we've seen so far, but we anticipate that it will increase. So it's about the river itself is running about 650 CFS, and we anticipate somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,800 CFS eventually. So about 3 times what you're seeing in the river. We're keeping a 24-hour watch in on most of those canyons. Just making sure the debris and other items are staying out of the pipe system. And if I can, I would just reiterate to residents that may be listening, and we've tried very hard with signage to try to keep animals and particularly children away from those outfalls. They're moving very, very fast. In fact, I was walking Rock Canyon yesterday, and somebody made a comment to me that one of their dogs got into the water and got swept downstream. Luckily, they were able to get out, but the water is moving very quickly, and just a reminder of the dangerous situations.
Thank you, Dave.
So follow up, if I might, with respect to the 1,800 number, is that your prediction, or is that the highest level that we could tolerate before we have flooding problems?
Well, it's a little bit of a combination of both. So we've seen 1,800 CFS in 2019 and 2017 in that river, but that's what we're getting told right now by the agencies that control the outlet into that river. But they've also indicated that we may see higher flows depending on how the runoff, the weather is going to have a strong influence on those volumes. And so right now, 18 is kind of the bare minimum that I'm giving out that we would see. We may actually see higher flows in the river, and we're watching very carefully.
Well, I know that number is largely a function of what the release is from the dam.
Yes.
I guess I'm asking you at what point, 1,800 or more, do we redline in terms of flooding danger for the city?
Well, when you say flooding danger, there's several locations that we're going to be concerned about even before we hit 1,800. So the lower part of the river, and we've already expressed this to a number of federal agencies, we're concerned about the new, the modifications that have been done near the Delta restoration. And we've actually expressed that already to them. We have a walkthrough with some of the federal agencies planned in the next couple of days. And so when you say flooding danger, it's not, you know, the whole river.
It's not uniform, is it?
Yeah, it's not uniform. It's going to, you know, it's going to be different. And so when we start seeing even 900 CFS or 1,000 CFS, you're going to see an increase concern on the part of Public Works on the river.
So our most vulnerable area is on the west side. And our most vulnerable area there is the Delta area, I take it.
It's definitely west of I-15 is our biggest concern right now.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Okay, Hannah. I think I'll make a motion to pull out just the artificial turf piece, and then you guys can work on that and come back to us, because I think the rest of this is great and we can get this rest of it passed.
Great.
So let's take a vote on that motion. Oh, I need a second. Is there a second? Thanks, Bill. All right, we will take a vote.
Just to clarify, that motion is to remove the section about artificial turf and the reference to artificial turf in the previous paragraph.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll just restart everything with artificial turf.
Fair.
All right. Counselor Hoban is excused. Counselor Hanley is excused. Ellsworth is excused. Counselor Fillmore.
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes. Counselor Shipley.
Yes.
Counselor Whipple.
Yes.
Okay, so that motion passes unanimously. So we'll just hear the rest of it tonight.
Sounds
Thanks,
good.
Hannah.
Thank you.
Chair, sorry, and Hannah, if you want to wait just a second, I do need to clarify one thing. I just want to, I think I understood it, but I want to make sure. There are apparently some references already in the code. You're not asking them to come back to delete stuff already in the code. You're just saying the proposal tonight shouldn't insert new things about artificial turf grass.
I think we should know, our thing was to readdress artificial turf in the code, all of it.
Yeah, the ordinance right now isn't proposing any changes to the artificial turf section.
Right, so we just,
Right.
we're taking out the one word that would be in this code, but then as a committee, they will work to.
Right, but as Hannah just mentioned, there is an artificial turf grass section already in the code. You're
Yes.
not asking them to take that. You're not asking them to bring you an amendment tonight that
No,
deletes that
no.
section. Okay.
Well, they're going to readdress it. Like we won't just. Hannah, would it make sense to delete it all right now, or?
And this is already here too. Yeah, so I mean, the confusion I'm having is the only thing that's actually proposed to be changed
Is just the one word
is
in the,
35 to 40 and dispersed to grouped in 060.
Yeah.
And so, well, and then there's mention of artificial turf grass in 1520, 120 subsection 1. That, so I was interpreting it as you're saying, take that out of the proposed amendment.
yeah,
Hey,
so that we can
get
pass
the
this
amendment? Can we
amendment.
get the amendment up on the screen?
I think we just want to be able to pass this amendment cleanly without that in it, and then they'll readdress all the references to.
Okay, so
So
your motion doesn't affect this section at all, correct?
I thought that's what the motion was about, was to remove the reference to artificial turf
Yep,
grass here
Right here.
and then remove D.
Okay, but that reference to artificial turf grass is already in the code. So you're asking, okay, so you're actually asking for a deletion from the code of something that's already there.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah. And so the or would need to be moved in front of ornamental.
so I guess for sake of clarity, could we get a new motion that actually specifies the line numbers you want changed and what you want changed to them?
Yes.
I think just to be clear, we're reacting to Mr. Decker's recommendation, which was broader than what we're.
Yeah, I think for legality's sake, they just want to know exactly what lines are being changed to reach this objective.
Well, and I guess my other concern is, I thought what was being proposed was just to not accept all of their recommended changes. But now we're actually taking stuff out of the code that's already in the code that the planning commission didn't make a recommendation on.
Yes.
Correct.
So I'm not sure we can do that without the planning commission making a recommendation on it.
Bill is nodding.
Because you can accept, reject, or modify the changes that the planning commission considered. But my understanding is that the planning commission would not have even talked about the fact that these words are in the code because they're already there.
That's right. I think Mr. Jones is right. I think that this would have to go back to the planning commission, but I think it's our intention to follow Mr. Decker's recommendation and ultimately remove that from the code. Remove the allowance that's already there for artificial turf to come out. That's where we're trying to get to. If we have to go back to the planning commission to do that, then we're willing to do that.
So the idea would be to accept the changes that are proposed tonight and then send you back to do more work to get rid of the artificial turf or to change it so that it's more appropriate for the use that we'd want to see.
I think that's correct.
Okay.
And then, so once again, let me clarify. So in the interim, artificial turf and the incumbent problem is still a possibility.
It's allowed right now, so it will continue to be allowed until you come back and take it out.
And you're clear procedurally that this is the item that would have to go to the planning commission first.
I believe so, because you are changing a land use regulation that I don't think you have a planning commission recommendation on, because they didn't
Okay.
discuss that issue, as I understand it.
So then my question for Hannah and for Bill is, if somebody comes in with a proposal to do artificial turf, are you in a position to say, we're reviewing this ordinance and, you maybe ought to hold off until we resolve it? Or does somebody have an absolute right to do it in the interim?
As soon as they publish notice of the fact that they're taking it to planning commission, then we have 6 months during which somebody would have to follow the new ordinance.
Right. So is that something you folks would probably be doing? Hannah?
We can get on the next open planning commission, absolutely. And just to assuage any concerns, this is not a popular alternative. We don't have people flooding our office with applications. I don't think we'll see much in the next month.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Hannah. Okay, Shannon has joined us online and she has a question. I don't see her. Do you see her? Shannon, can you hear us? Do you have a question?
I don't have a question. I can hear you. I just wanted to be admitted to the meeting.
Okay, nice to hear your voice. Okay. All right, so I think we're good then till tonight. There's no motion to be made then, right? Or
Well, can I scroll down to the next page? Because this is where the confusion came from, is I thought you were making a motion. Keep going. Keep going, keep going. Let's see. No, keep.
It's in 1520, 120. In 1B.
Yeah. So I thought the motion was about that reference to artificial turf grass, which is why I thought that it was okay for you to make the motion.
yeah, it's more than that.
Okay, but is there a motion to be made about this reference, or this reference doesn't matter?
Well, we want all the references to be dealt with at once. So whatever
Okay.
is the most efficient way to do that.
Okay.
So, okay, so it sounds like we'll probably pass it as is, and then you guys will meet and come up with a new re-amend everything as far as artificial turf within the whole code, and then it'll go through planning commission and then us. Correct?
Okay.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Hannah. And we'll just ignore that motion we made earlier. It meant nothing. Okay. An ordinance to amend the General Plan Appendix S Downtown Master Plan to update the document policies, graphics, and data. And this will be presented by Javin Weaver.
Hi, it's great to be here today. So to get you familiar with this, Downtown Master Plan is an appendix to the general plan. This document was enacted back in 2015. We are just amending it to this year. There is a UTA station area plan that was brought to you back in 2019. That is part of this appendix that's not being discussed today. There are a few appendices that are being added to the downtown master plan. So we'll have an appendix to an appendix. And one of those is the evaluation of past goals and public outreach. I thought the Center Street intent statement and project evaluation were already adopted. They are not. These are what were sent to TMAC a year ago. They brought their findings back to you, and they could now. The question I have is this could be adopted into it since Planning Commission did hear this. However, I think that could be discussed at a later time. If you want to have these added into the document at a later time, that could be discussed then. So as for right now, this is not part of the ordinance for clarification. So why are we doing this?
Why is it not part of the, aren't we here to make it part of the ordinance? Or not?
Yes, so I think this was brought back to you back in 2022. Malia, correct me if I'm wrong, right? 21? No, it was brought back in March. They brought back their findings in October, November of 2021. And then there were some findings that Public Works brought back to you in March, I think, of 22. But as for whether their recommendations are enacted into this document or not, I think some further discussion would need to happen on that before we bring this back to you. So I didn't want that to happen today yet.
Okay.
So why are we doing this? This has actually been really, really fun to do. We've had so much growth happening downtown, and you might see my excitement, so I'll try to calm down for that. Also, we've had the general plan be updated. This is the first neighborhood plan that we've had an opportunity to do a revision for, which what I thought would take a short amount of time has taken a little bit longer, but I think we brought to you a really good document. So what's happened since this document's been enacted? We've had so much development happen in downtown. We've had City Hall, we've had the District Court, we've had 200 City View, Liberty Center, Mill Race, 400 Element, you have UVX going on downtown, and you can ride your scooters downtown if you want to. A lot going on, and I think the residents can see that. So to kind of broaden the horizon a little bit, Utah County, this came from the Kim Gardner Policy Institute. Utah County is projected to grow over 600,000 people. Utah County employment is going to grow over 300,000 jobs in Provo, in Utah County. Now, there are implications that this will have to Provo, to downtown Provo. We are the county seat. We house a major university. We have lots of other, we have jobs here, and that's only going to further the impact and developments within downtown Provo as the county and state grow at large. Now, to break it down a little bit more, downtown Provo statistics, we've grown over 3,000 people since 2015 to now. We've added almost another 1,000 housing units in downtown Provo alone. Break it down a little bit more. So this neighborhood plan encompasses most of the downtown neighborhood. It also has snippets of Mazer, East Bay, Franklin, Joaquin. But with that, you can look and see what our housing units were in 2015, where they are now in 2023, and where that growth is happening. And the biggest amount of growth that's happening is in the South Temple area, where we've grown over 87% of a change in that area. That is humongous. I think you're seeing that today with the new developments that are happening there. So what have we done since then? So technically this process started back in 2021, but then we really ramped up in 22. We did an open house where you can see yours truly there, and it was really fun. It was great. We went to the rec center, had an open house. We went to the farmer's market, had an open house, and it was really great getting to interact with the community and getting to trying to extract information, what they thought of downtown from that. We also did an online survey. I'm going to go through a few of those responses in this presentation, but these surveys, all of the information is available in the appendices of this downtown master plan. We did a study session, district meeting, and we heard this at Planning Commission. But the thing I really want to point out is that we had over 500 respondents, technically 596 respondents to this survey. I think that's huge. I think that's awesome. So some of the questions were, where do you live? but 258 live in downtown Provo. That's great. That's exactly the numbers that I wanted to see, would have liked to have seen for this survey. How old are you? Pretty on par with Provo City. How often do you come downtown? A lot of them, almost half the survey respondents, come downtown at least once a week. So where do you go? Pretty even overall, but restaurants take the top spot. And this was a question that we had to combine together, but what types of things do you wish we had in downtown? Antiques, clothing stores. Basically, this is a tool that we can use to then look at zoning code and see, do we have these things? Because this is what the citizens want. Where do you go when you come downtown? How do you get there? A lot of people drive, but a good amount of people walk and bike to downtown. And if you drive to downtown, where do you usually park? Usually on street, but some park in the garages or some off street, or some never even park downtown. They must walk. So this question I thought was really interesting. If you would like to live downtown, what type of housing would you prefer? And if we're looking at the strongly agree category, a lot of people really want to have a townhome. They want to have a condo, and that's showing that they want something that they can purchase and own and live in downtown Provo. And and do we allow for that is what we can look at. If you would like to live downtown, would you prefer to rent or own? Majority of people would want to own. They want to be able to live here. And how strongly do you agree with this statement? Do you feel safe walking downtown? Do you feel safe biking? A lot feel safe walking, but not as much biking. And one thing we're looking at doing right now is if we see street lights out or something, we're looking at ways to improve awareness on where people can go to contact the city after hours to let us know of these things so we can make the area safer. So word clouds can be fun. What comes to mind when you think of downtown Provo? It's cute, walkable, historic, charming. A lot of words here. It's really fun. What are your favorite changes in the last 10 years? Temple, murals, restaurants, businesses, the string lights. What do you least like about downtown? Parking. That does not surprise any of you, especially me. Now, one change with this plan is that the future land use map. Now, this is the Franklin neighborhood plan. Some of the neighborhood plans, we have two different types, but we're shifting towards this type of showing the future land use map. So this will illustrate anywhere that's going to maybe be changed and everywhere else is going to be grayed out. So that's one change we did with this document. And you'll see that on this page here. So we're shifting the future land use map from being the map on the left to this map on the right of just showing areas that where they could be rezoned to. Now, this was a question that we discussed strictly with the Planning Commission on discussing this. And the area that's the orange, we'll call it, that's where we see an expansion of the DT2 as growth happens within downtown Provo. The purple at the bottom is just matching up with the general plan that you just adopted a few months ago. A lot of the changes within this document deal with graphics, mainly reaffirming and updating our goals. We went down as staff and looked at all of our goals for this area and thought, what are we doing? How do we want to keep doing these goals? How are we doing these? And where can we see room for improvement? But we've made a lot of strides, but we still have some work to do. I think that's all I have prepared for you. So if you have any questions.
Thanks, Javin. I love all the outreach you did. It looks awesome. Any questions for Javin?
Yeah.
Councilor Fillmore.
So nice work, Javin. Thank you very much. We appreciate your enthusiasm as well. Question, how do you see this play into some of the momentum towards a pedestrian mall redo here on this stretch of Center Street?
Great question. So we are currently, so this plan does talk about having more green space and public outdoor dining in places. Now, we touched bases on that a little bit, but we want to expand upon that far more in the streetscape standards. Now, I brought that to you a year or so ago for some revisions. We still haven't updated to bring to you with that. We're already having some discussions with Parks and Public Works on how to do this. So I think you'll be seeing that update coming later on,
How soon?
as soon as I can. I wish I had a date. for
I
you.
mean, this year or next?
I would hope this year. Having not discussed internally specific on a date, I don't want to give you a hard date.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Ellsworth has a question.
Hi, Javin. Thanks for working on this. It looks terrific. How does this interplay with the gateways that are being worked on?
Great question. So this only interfaces with the, on the general plan, the I-15 Center Street East gateway that's identified there. That's the only location that this plan would have some intermixing with. But I think as we're working on that plan, we can extrapolate the information from here and apply that within the gateways plan.
So we would use information from this to inform the gateways plan on the East Center section?
And when we're saying East Center, we're saying between I-15 and 500 West.
Yeah, sorry, east of I-15 being East Center. Yeah. Okay, should the gateways plan be informing this? Which is the dog and which is the tail?
So I think this touches base on a little bit of it, but the gateways plan identifies so many locations within the city that we will take existing policies that affect each gateway and apply that to them when we start moving forward with that.
Okay, and this is pretty nuanced and you might want to defer for later, but like if this is recommending an archway and the gateways are looking at having some kind of monument sign, like should we be selecting a monument sign before an archway? Those are the kinds of questions I have, is like, how are we going to implement both if they're leading us in different directions?
Great question, Shannon. And I think in this plan, we talk about gateways within the downtown area. And I think there needs to be a clear distinction between a gateway or entrance point into the city and a gateway into downtown, and having they shouldn't be the same, so that way you can tell the difference between each one.
Okay, that makes sense. So we're defining gateways for the whole city, which we hope are pretty cohesive, but then we're also defining entry points to downtown that signalize you're in a different part of Provo, downtown.
Correct.
Provo.
Correct.
Okay, okay, cool.
Yeah. The gateways plan does not touch bases with the gateways in the downtown plan, because they are two separate things.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Counselor Shipley.
So on the map where we have the orange to indicate places that still are anticipated for rezone, if I'm understanding correctly, are those areas already, projects that we know are coming, and basically everything else is already, looking at that, it's pretty stark that we don't anticipate a lot of big changes for the downtown areas, right? As far as rezone is concerned, there's only a few spots. But I just wondered if that was influenced by the fact that we already have projects in some of those areas that we know are going to ask for rezone anyway.
So this rezone map is a little bit different than most rezone maps you may see within these neighborhood plans, because majority of downtown is already zoned DT1, which that allows for 100 feet. DT2 allows for 180 feet in height, more massing for that. So we're just allowing for, as we see growth happening, that we have places for that they could already, it could develop more intense within the downtown area, and having that allowance for it. So it's one less step that they'll need to do if they came to you later on to want to develop there at that intensity.
But in my understanding, the orange areas that I was looking at, it basically said we anticipate rezone to medium density from whatever's there currently. I don't know if we could pull that back up. Sorry. Yeah, right here. So the orange areas, we're doing a new map to basically indicate that most of the areas that are zoned in the downtown, we anticipate leaving how they're zoned. Correct. But these orange areas are areas that we would anticipate more density for those
Correct.
areas. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Counselor Whipple.
Another area that would be changed is down at the very south end of it, where you would be converting it to the purple, the mixed use or ITOD, which
TOD.
TOD.
Yeah.
And I believe part of that area is currently mobile home parks.
Mhm.
I think I mentioned this before when we were talking about the general plan that showed that change, but I'm strongly opposed to prospectively giving a go ahead that we want to rezone the mobile home parks. I understand that those are areas that are like really great for redevelopment, but that is some of the most deeply affordable housing that we currently have in our community. And it's housing that not only is affordable, but it is close to transit, to services and everything else. And I would not want to see that affordable and accessible housing lost for development. So I'm opposed to that part of it, just as I was opposed to that with the general plan map.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks, Jevin.
Thank you.
All right. Now we are going to hear a presentation regarding the redevelopment agency of Provo City Corporation. And we are going to start with Brian Jones in legal, and then we will hear from Keith Morley.
Thank you, Chair McKay. I know that Keith is who you really want to hear from, so I will try to be really fast. But I've been asked some questions about kind of some legal foundations for redevelopment agencies. So the council's asked for a briefing on what a redevelopment agency is, what they do, and that's appropriate for a couple of reasons. One, because councils, legislative bodies in Utah actually have the ability to create and to dissolve community reinvestment or redevelopment agencies and actually share membership with the board. But as one kind of preliminary caveat, I would note that right now, we are actually meeting as the Municipal Council of Provo, not as the governing board of the redevelopment agency. So to the extent that during this presentation, you have an idea of, hey, I just thought of something that I think the RDA should do differently, those would need to be saved for a meeting of the RDA board, not for this venue. So really quickly, under state law, what is an agency? Well, there's 4 parts to the definition. It's a separate body created under state law. It's a political subdivision of the state. It has geographic boundaries coterminous with the entity that created it, meaning Provo City. And then the important part is it's created to undertake or promote project area development. Well, that in and of itself is a loaded term. What is a project area? That is an area that the board, a geographic area that the board has actually described in a project area plan to do, where activity is going to take place that does one of the following things: promoting, creating, or retaining public or private jobs, providing office, manufacturing, warehousing, distribution, parking, or other facilities, planning, designing, demolishing, clearing, constructing, rehabilitating, or remediating environmental issues, providing residential, commercial, industrial, public, or other structures or spaces, altering, improving, modernizing existing structures, providing open space, including streets or public grounds, providing public or private buildings, relocating a business, and it keeps going. Improving public or private recreation areas, eliminating a development impediment, or otherwise doing redevelopment as defined under the law in effect before 2006. So the mission statement is to create project areas that fund and activities that do those things, which obviously is a very broad set of missions. So how does one come into being? Well, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, they are actually created by the legislative body of a community. And that was done in Provo on May 20th of 1972. The issue of control is another issue, right? Who controls it? Well, the board consists of the legislative members of the body, and they, and they act by majority. So it requires, just as with the council, it requires a majority of the entire board to make decisions. But in cities where there's a council mayor form of government, the mayor or the mayor's designee serves as the executive director and exercises all of the agency's executive powers. So the same in cities that have a council mayor form of government, and a redevelopment agency has the same separation of powers that the city itself does. let's see, what can it do? And I won't read this list again for the sake of time, but there is a list in the statute of all the agency powers. Enter into contracts, buy property, hold, sell. Now, and this is one of the main reasons to understand that RDAs exist, is that they can actually acquire by gift and actually gift property, where cities themselves cannot actually gift property. In other words, they approve the project area plans and approve the project area budgets and approve the budget for the actual agency itself. So those are the main principles in law that govern a redevelopment or community reinvestment agency. Specific to Provo, since we already have one that exists, they're also governed by the bylaws, which are not, the bylaws don't come from the law. The bylaws come from the governing board themselves. So they can be amended at any time by the governing board. Provo's RDA bylaws state that the board determines policy for the agency, including appropriation of funds. It defines some officers to include a chair, one or more vice chairs, a CEO, which is the mayor, a director, which reports to the mayor, a secretary, which is the city recorder, and a treasurer, which is the Provo City Finance Director. It establishes the powers of those officers. So the chair presides at all meetings and submits recommendations and other information. The CEO executes policies and supervises the affairs of the agency. The director, who is under the administrative supervision of the CEO, directs the daily affairs of the agency and prepares the documents, contracts, deeds, other instruments, etc. The agency may also have employees if they so desire, subject to funding out of the agency budget.
Okay,
And then
can I ask you a question real quick,
Yes.
Brian? So to clarify, we're a strong mayor system. So I'm assuming, so in the board meetings, the mayor is involved in what capacity?
In the same capacity that she would be in council meeting. In council meeting, she's authorized by state statute to be here and to participate in the deliberations, participate in the conversation, but she doesn't have a vote because she's not a member of the legislative body.
And does she have a vote in the board meeting?
No.
Okay.
Because again, she is the executive officer, the chief executive officer of the agency, but is not a board member. So it's the exact same separation of powers.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And then finally,
Councilor Shipley has a question.
Yeah.
While we're breaking on for some clarification.
Sure.
So thank you. Tell me about the rules of funding. So do the bylaws or does state code, or state legislation that's happened before, and you've talked to both of those, which one dictates where funding needs to come from, how funding on an ongoing basis, the finances associated with RDA I mean, in the past, we've just done, if we've pre-authorized something, we just take a general fund, we obligate ourselves to it, and then the general fund pays for it at some point. So I guess my question is, what rules associated with the funding are there? Where does funding typically come from for RDAs across the state?
Okay. Well, let me answer, I guess, half of that question, because the second half about where the funding typically comes from, I don't know that I can answer that. Keith probably can, or maybe John as the treasurer of the agency. But the bylaws don't have any provisions regarding to funding. So funding and budgets are all governed by state law. There are specific provisions that are slightly different than the city, but for the most part mirror the city as far as budget preparation and approval of the budget, how appropriations work and that kind of things. But principally, as I understand it, and Keith, when I turn it over to him, can correct, because I just have one more point, he can correct this as he stands up. But my understanding is that principally funding comes from sale and purchase of property, and to some degree from the tax increment financing deals, in the sense that those can cover administrative costs as well, as I understand it.
Okay, so is there separation in the city of Provo when it comes to when we do the RDA budget separately, which we look at a separate budget for the RDA, their process is basically identical to the city's process, that they're looking at it and basically it's administrative function to prepare it, to review it, to do everything with, and then of course the council has some oversight and is able to approve it, but that's the process at this point, and that's what the state allows for
Yes.
RDAs to do. Okay.
Yes.
Can I ask if anybody knows if the city of Provo has ever established any kind of ongoing funding for the RDA that's regular, or is it just something that we look at each year and just decide if there's going to be any one-off funding from the general operations of the city?
I don't know the answer to that.
Keith Morley.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so once we set up a redevelopment project area and we're collecting either tax increment from that, or there's a sale of land or exchange of land because that project area has been created, those funds can still be utilized within the city. But you have to understand philosophically, whatever's generated for that project area was kind of intended to go back into it, right? I mean, that's why we're doing the redevelopment. So we can spend it outside of that area, but what we have to do is we have to show that there's a beneficial, some kind of a benefit to the city that's justifiable to spend it outside of that area. And those requirements are pretty loose. I mean, you could probably find a way to make some beneficial use in another part of the city pretty easily. So I think it's intentionally not too rigid and too specific, because they understand we kind of are the only ones that understand our constraints and our needs. And so we have some discretion to make those choices, but you can't just flippantly say, hey, I sold a piece of property over here. I want to go have a pizza party for the rec department over there. It's like, well, what's the correlation? What's the benefit? You'd have a hard time making that. Any kind of distinction that you make in budgets about how are we paying for this? Is this only going to be paid for out of the RDA budget or whatever? From my perspective, is purely administrative, however we decide to do it. So if you say from now on, I only want the person that the mayor designates to be over redevelopment to be paid for out of the redevelopment budget, we can arbitrarily make that decision. I just think it's a little bit risky, because at some point, if we don't generate tax increment, or if the projects begin to expire, or we don't sell property, now you don't have a budget for it. And unless you're assuming you're never going to need that person again, I think that would be short-sighted. So I don't think we've made any distinction like that. And I don't think there's a need to, but we do collect funds that are specific to the redevelopment projects that we have that kind of sit aside. And we haven't been really flush with those monies. But we're beginning to see some increase in those, because, for example, we're selling almost all the remaining property that we own in Mountain Vista. We're about to do transactions over the next month or two to get rid of all that. And so not only did the redevelopment project area in Mountain Vista expire, but our obligation, or the holdings that we have out there, we're going to be able to successfully say, we did our job, we took this over, we've encouraged development, and we've sold the last remaining parcels, and we wish everybody the best of luck.
So when that project was established, was there a transfer in order to acquire land?
Yeah, there was.
Initially from the city?
Initially the property was given to the city, or the city purchased it or whatever. We ended up with that. It was kind of significantly discounted because everybody agreed it was going to have to be cleaned up and mitigated. Yeah.
Needed a lot of mitigation.
Yeah. Dixon knows a lot more of that history, but yeah, it's not like we spent a lot of money on it. We've done some interest, and I'm sorry, maybe I'm getting too into my discussion. That whole project in and of itself has been very, very interesting, because in many instances we've said, we're not going to try to determine necessarily, we're going to assume a property value, but we're not going to ask you to buy that from us for that price, because we know that there's still mitigation that has to occur. Right. So we'll agree on a value. And then as you mitigate, we'll write off those mitigation efforts and draw down the price line. So at the end of the day, if we make a little bit of money, great, but that's not the intent. The intent is to clean it up so it can be developed. Right. Now the property that we're disposing of is to the point where we're actually selling that for market value. And so we're actually making some money. So we will have some discretionary funds that we can use for, in that area, or maybe other redevelopment projects within the community. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, it did. And something that you pointed out earlier about gifting versus selling. Can the city gift to the RDA though?
We
so the city can't gift to anybody, but can they gift to the RDA?
Or land?
Actual property. Yeah, at least since I have been here, when we've wanted to do a transfer like that, when we have actually had the RDA purchase the property from the city, so that we've got a paper trail for the fair market value for that.
Yeah. And that's interesting because my understanding is I think we can transfer property to the redevelopment agency if we feel like there's powers and authorities, and that transaction may, not be value for value. We may do something different like that, but I think we'll have to look at that. But I think we do have the discretion to transfer it so that the redevelopment authority has a little bit different authority or power than the city does.
Dixon, do you have an opinion on that? Dixon Holmes.
Not an opinion, but just, so in the past, the city has given property to the redevelopment agency, but in the text of doing that, there was always consideration of why the city was doing that, and particularly at Mountain Vista, because it was a brownfield site and had some environmental issues. It actually gave the city one more separation of liability by transferring that to the redevelopment agency. So Provo City wasn't the owner anymore. It was the redevelopment agency, which one separation, I mean, if someone wanted to come after us, they could still get there, but it just provided one more layer.
Is there anything close to Mountain Vista that we're currently even consider? I mean, that was such a big project, obviously, for the city
Yeah, so that
and for
was started
redevelopment.
during the Stewart administration. And the city did purchase the ground for $3,000 an acre to act as a catalyst. And then at some point, the balance of the property was transferred to the redevelopment agency for the purpose of being very flexible in the ability to sell that. And at some point, the hope is that there'll be a dividend on that, and there will be, and that will be at the discretion of the council and the administration on how and where to use that money.
And sorry, the discretion of the council, but really the board, right? Because the RDA would then own
Yes, the RDA,
those
well,
funds.
yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll let Brian finish. Oh, don't be, that's great.
Okay, this is going to be really anticlimactic now that you were actually digging into the details, but I had two provisions of the bylaws that I wanted to read, and I'm done. Because this is the one piece that is not necessarily unique to Provo, and I'm not saying that nobody else does this, but this comes strictly from the bylaws and isn't from code. That there's an article of the bylaws that provides for the formation of an executive committee, which is the chair, any vice chairs, the CEO, those three or more individuals, depending on how many vice chairs. And it specifies that if there's more than one vice chair, the additional ones don't have voting privileges. We recently amended the bylaws actually to require the executive committee to meet at least once a quarter, maybe more frequently. And then I just wanted to read this. It is the responsibility of the executive committee to keep informed of the day-to-day operations of the agency and its staff, and to call meetings of the board when required. Agency directors shall provide the executive committee with any agency information requested by the chair or as otherwise requested by a majority of the board. So I just wanted to help you understand that as part of the structure of Provo's board, that executive committee exists by virtue of the bylaws, and that's what the bylaws says about it.
So that's not a state statute, and you're saying that's unusual in most RDAs?
Well, no, I'm not saying it's unusual.
Okay.
I'm just saying that it's based only on our bylaws. In some ways, in my mind, it's kind of, although it's been around for a long time, it's kind of like council committees that the council largely did away with at the beginning of this year in favor of just having meetings of the committee of the whole. So this committee exists. It exists by the bylaws. The board could do away with it, keep it, amp it up, tone it down. The board can do whatever they want with that particular committee.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Anyone have a question for Brian before we get Keith up here? All right, thanks, Brian. Keith Morey.
We kind of jumped right into the heart of some of this. So I'm going to skip. I didn't know how much Brian was going to cover. So I'm just going to really high level what's redevelopment. So it's a set of tools provided under state law, like Brian already mentioned, that empowers local government in economic development to do job creation, eliminate blight, achieve the goals of development, reconstruction, rehabilitation, things of that sort. The state law allows the municipality to create these redevelopment agencies to facilitate those types of goals. And examples of redevelopment tools that we can use within the redevelopment agency are the ability to assemble land for development, ability to utilize tax increment and to issue bonds against that tax increment, ability to invest in infrastructure to assist. I mean, you have to understand that generally speaking, a redevelopment area is put together because you recognize there's a gap right? There's a piece of property for some reason. Mountain Vista is a good example, right? There's blight there. There's industrial contamination that, except for that, it would develop. So somebody needs to get involved to try to mitigate that. So we can do things to build infrastructure to try to mitigate those things. Or the ability to increase affordable housing stock, which some of the newer state legislation allows us to do, and to do set-asides for housing.
Okay, are you going to explain the housing particularly for us? Because that's one that I'm really vague on.
Yeah, basically, what the state law says is that for every redevelopment agency that you put together, you have to do a carve out for affordable housing, and the portion of the money that you collect has to be set aside for future affordable housing projects. So, for example, on the Cowboy Partner project right here across the street, you could go to them and you could say, "Well, listen, we really want you to build that in downtown Provo, and we're willing to contribute a portion of this money that we've collected through the RDA if you'll make sure that a certain percentage of those units are affordable housing units." Something like that, right? Because normally they might say, "Well, I'm not really interested in doing that. I need to make a whole bunch of money because I've got to pay back my investors. But if you're going to help offset my costs to incentivize me to make some of my units affordable housing units, all right, then I'm willing to play along." So that's how you might be able to leverage that opportunity.
Okay, so you don't actually make residential areas into RDA areas. You use it indirectly.
Well, I mean, that's just one tool. I mean, here's another one. Bill Pepperoni is working on the potential of redeveloping one of the blocks just north of us, right? And trying to find a way to buy property. Hypothetically, you could use some of that money to say, we're going to use a portion of it to help purchase some of that property with the assumption that as part of the project, we're going to build some affordable housing units, right? You could do the same thing. It's just, you've got to create the paper trail that you could show if the state or whatever, anybody questions whether or not you held true to that requirement, that, yeah, we can actually show that money went to create affordable housing or to incentivize the developer to provide affordable housing. So I'm going to read this. I'm sorry it's wordy, and please forgive me for this PowerPoint presentation. This is not how I roll. I mean, I would rather have a couple of slides and we talk a lot, but this was one that you guys have seen before that I was asked to kind of utilize. So a lot of this I just have in here to stimulate conversation or to refer to if we need to, but I really don't want to go through every line in this. Through redevelopment, a project area receives focused attention and financial investment to reverse deteriorating trends, to create jobs, to revitalize the business climate, to rehabilitate and to add to the housing stock, as well as gain active participation and investment by residents and local businesses, which would not otherwise occur. These revitalization efforts have positive effects that spill over the project area boundaries and improve the entire community. So that's why, when I mentioned before, we do have the potential to use money that's generated in a redevelopment area outside of the project area, because there's spillover benefit back and forth, right? I mean, there's spillover from the outside to the inside of the redevelopment area, or from the inside to the outside. So those two kind of work hand in hand. High level, again, here are some of the existing redevelopment areas that we already have in place. Now, there's too many of them to put all in one map. And some of the maps you've seen before were confusing. So I tried to do a better job, and our planners helped me. So you can see in this map, we have Freedom Commons, we have the old Financial Center, we have the Center Street redevelopment project area, and the South Downtown Mall project area. Okay, this is just kind of for reference. You can see ones that either are in existence now or just recently expired. We also have the one out there for Duncan Aviation that was created several years ago. We have the Medical School Mountain Vista one on the south end of town. And we have the Riverwoods one on the north end of town. So those are the project areas that we have on the books right now. Just high level, here's kind of a list of those. And you can see when they were created, and you can see the year that they expire. You can see the starting value for what the property was when we began it, and what the current in value is as that development has occurred, which is the whole point of us doing this. So you can see in that right-hand column how much of an increase we've experienced because of the creation of those. Now, here's a key point. In some instances in the past, we have created a redevelopment project area because we thought that was an area that potentially deserved some attention. Just because you do the project area study and create the map and identify the boundary doesn't mean you start the clock on when you collect the tax increment. Does that make sense? So if we just say, you know what, we want that building across the street to be a project area, and we're going to define that, we're going to do a study on it, a blight study, and we're going to prove that that is worthy of redevelopment. You're going to adopt that project area, and we're going to kind of identify why we think that that needs some special attention. Just because that's adopted doesn't mean, and through that process, we'll talk with the school district about what the partnership could look like and the tax increment and all that kind of thing. But none of that starts to get triggered yet, because all we've done is we've kind of identified an opportunity. Now, at some point when we finally find the developer that can go in and help with us, and we know that he's going to begin construction, then we would go to the school district and we would say, next year, we want to take a snapshot in time and freeze the property values at that point. And then from then on, for whatever period of time we've designated, whether it's 10 or 15 years, we'll begin to capture the increase in property value, like what you're seeing here. And we'll be able to utilize that to stimulate this development that we're trying to make happen. So that's why when you look up here on this sheet and you see that some of these aren't activated, it means that we've identified the project area. We did a lot of the background work, but we haven't pulled the trigger yet to start the tax increment flow.
That's another question I have. If you do an RDA, does it automatically mean it has a tax increment flow at some point, or does that not even have to be?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
If you do an RDA area, does it mean it has to have a tax increment flow aspect at some point if you trigger it?
Well,
Like, are they always hand in
I mean, it
hand?
doesn't have to, but there's not really a lot of reason to create a redevelopment
okay, so
project
they
area
are-
unless you're going to do that, because the purpose is that, well, I mean, I don't know. I guess you could say we want to create a redevelopment area there because we're going to do some things with property, and maybe the redevelopment agency can do some interesting things with property values that the city can't do. But generally speaking, you need money to do any of that kind of stuff, right? And we're not going to want to pull that out of the general fund. You're going to want that to come out of the project area itself, because that's the whole purpose, right?
Yeah.
One of the big things that we focus on in Provo and in the state of Utah, it's one of the reasons why we're the best run state fiscally in the country, and why Provo is as well, is we don't, generally speaking, what we incentivize is post-performance. It's like you generate the money or the increase, and we'll share some of it back to you. We're not just going to, out of our pockets, give you a handout. And I love that concept because it doesn't really place a burden on the backs of our existing businesses or our residents. It's basically on the back of whoever's coming to do the development. We say, we're willing to partner with you and share with you, but you're going to create the opportunity. This is all your legwork, not necessarily ours. We'll partner and we'll play along, but it's going to be your sweat and your equity, not necessarily our money and our wallet.
Okay,
Does that
thank you. Yeah,
make
I just
sense?
didn't know if there were other tools I was unaware of, or if that's the main. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is that okay? Can I move on? This is just kind of for reference. I don't really have a specific point unless you guys have questions. And I'm not going to go through all these, but you can see let's get to one that we can maybe talk about, like Mountain Vista. So Mountain Vista expired in 2021, the redevelopment area. So when we created that, we made an agreement with the school district that for a period of time, we're going to have this arrangement. In the school districts, there's been a lot of work that's been done, I think, by people that don't necessarily understand the redevelopment tool to scare school districts into believing that we're taking lunch money from little kids, right? And that's really, really disingenuous. And it really frustrates me because this is money that doesn't exist unless we do this project. And so what we're saying is we're going to keep you whole the way you are today. We're not going to take any money that you're currently receiving. We're asking for your partnership for 10 years or for 15 years, whatever term we agree, that we're going to get a little bit of what you would normally receive, school district, to help us make this happen so that you get more at the end of the day. And so that's why we kind of set a term and a life. And you can kind of see at Mountain Vista, the values, the percent change, and the increment that was paid to the redevelopment area. And like I said, I've had a couple of you ask me for projects that I feel are successful. I don't know how you couldn't say that Mountain Vista was an enormous success. I don't have a picture of it, and I was trying to find one, but there's one picture of the Mountain Vista area when it was still a steel site. It was just, big, huge smokestacks, and it was Geneva, right? I mean, right here in Provo City. And so to look out there today, and to see the development that's occurred and the positive impact we've had on job creation and property tax. To me, that's what redevelopment is all about. Here's another one. This was the project area number 4. You can kind of see how that one laid out. The Duncan Aviation one, that's another huge successful one, because I don't think that really would have happened without our participation and our help getting the apron built for them and putting the land together for them. A South Downtown Community Redevelopment Project area, that's another one that it hasn't expired yet. I think that one hasn't really been triggered yet. The Riverwoods project area, this one was created at a point in time when Qualtrics was anticipating expanding, and we were hoping to help them facilitate building a parking structure out there. Whether that happens or not, we still don't know, but that at least the project area that is there, so that if it needed to be at some point, it could be. The mix at the river's edge, to me, this is a good one for us to talk about, because again, the old Plum Tree Plaza had just become a blighted retail core in our community that needed some attention. And the redevelopment area that was created here allowed us to put this together. Now, a lot of the success of these really comes down to who we partner with, right? And some of the partners, the people that were interested in the mix originally, couldn't perform. And so that project really struggled. It was one of the priorities that the mayor gave me when I first started. 2 things: get me a grocery store on the west side, which I'm still getting an F on my report card for. And I'm very, very worried about that, but I'm getting better. I've been in the principal's office enough, and I'm getting better. But the mix at River's Edge was another one, and I think we've successfully turned that around. And a lot of that's the developer. So that developer wants to come back to you to ask about the opportunity to possibly amend that agreement. Part of the reason why is because when we estimated the window of time that we needed to start the clock and have it expire, the project didn't happen, because the developer that we had on the involved in the agreement at that point in time wasn't able to perform. So by the time Brighton Homes got involved, several years had gone by. And so their ask is, we love Provo. I'm speaking for them, right? We love Provo. We believe in Provo. This is what they've told us. But with the current market, it's difficult for us to consider the prospect of continuing to stay involved in Provo, because we didn't anticipate the current economy with the inflation rates and the rising construction costs. And it would make a big difference in their ability to stay involved in our community if they could shift that clock from when we thought it was going to start to when it actually did start, so that they capture the full amount of increment that was intended to go back to the developer for the improvements that they were making. Now, if you ask me, I think that's an important consideration for us to talk about, because we need those kinds of developers in our community. And for them to have gotten this started and to have turned this around the way they did, and have to sell off portions of it so that they could stay viable and move off and do another project somewhere else, would be unfortunate, because I think that they're a great community partner, and it would be wonderful to have them stay in Provo. But that's a decision and discussion to have in the future. But that's why the conversation about should we change their redevelopment agreement is circulating, and why it'll probably be before you at some point in the future.
So a quick question, and not related to the mix, but kind of indirectly. I mean, when you have a partner, when you have a developer that you've entered an agreement with for increment, and they've got a list of things that they're intending to do, and we've got a commitment that we've made to them, for increment based on what they plan to do, recognizing that markets change, recognizing that the economy can throw all kinds of curveballs at them, and all kinds of things what recourse does the city have, though, to say, look, you made some commitments, you haven't fulfilled any of them. We made a commitment that we'd provide increment if you followed through with that. I mean, when does the RDA have the ability to say, look, we need to step, you've violated this agreement on so many levels, we need to step away from it?
I think we're facing that right now in one of ours. I think we've got a project area where some of the terms were an expectation that certain parts of the development would be built.
Yeah.
A certain number of residential units, a certain percentage of office space. And they've expressed to us a concern about the ability to perform on that. And we've gone back and reviewed the agreement, and we think it violates the agreement. And so if that's the case, the increment's not going to be able to be developed, because the increment was whether we provide the increment back to them was determined on whether or not they would build those components. And so I think that's a good example. Here's another one, just kind of outside of Provo. I don't know if any of you know where Vista Station is up in Draper, where the front runner station is. It's on kind of the west side of I-15, but it was a huge redevelopment project that was built. I think it was 400 or 500 acres where eBay put a huge building. Well, it was supposed to be a 3-building campus. And that's the whole reason why that whole station, that whole redevelopment area was created, was because of eBay's promise. Well, they built phase 1. And nobody could ever get them to go back and build phase 2 and phase 3 like they promised. And the documents hadn't been structured in a way where you could penalize them or you could do something else. And so the project really struggled for years until other people came in and they were able to do something else. But it's a risk. It's something we have to be careful about and we have to consider very carefully.
So contractually, we just have each one of these projects has its own contract with the developer.
Yeah. What are the terms under which
the
we're going to pay you the TIF?
Determines whether or not we can exit at some point versus massaging it.
And again, I mean, you have to understand the environment that you're working in, right? I mean, this isn't normal real estate development. You're working in an environment where we're only involved because there's a problem, right? So any strings that we place on the project that makes it more, a developer's already looking at that site with some level of skepticism because of whatever. And so we're getting involved to try to solve that problem. Now, if we put a whole bunch of requirements where you got to do all these things, now you got a developer that his skepticism was here, now it goes to here, right? And so that's a fine line. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have some, because I think we should have expectations of what we want and what we expect. But you have to be careful that you don't create such an environment that you're just exacerbating the original problem that is the reason why you got involved to begin with.
I'm trying to reconcile what you just said with the Qualtrics project. And without getting really specific on that, I mean, we're talking about a project that if the RDA were to decide, look, we're not going to get this parking structure, we're not going to get this improvement on this property without the RDA getting involved. I guess I'm just trying to.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Challenge.
How many companies have we lost that started in Provo that went somewhere else?
Lots, of course.
Most of them, right? I mean, that's been kind of our MO. So my philosophy has become that that's probably our process. We're great at starting companies. We're great at developing companies, and eventually they're going to get to a point where, because of the real estate holdings that we have in Provo, they're probably going to have to go somewhere else. But there are going to be some companies that really believe in Provo, that really understand who we are and what we are. Those companies, I think we should be determined to find ways to keep. And Qualtrics is one of those. So when Qualtrics, who potentially could go anywhere in the world and make that choice so easily, just like that, says, we really want to stay in Provo and we really want to expand. If there is anything at all that we could possibly do to help make that decision easier, I think we should do it. I don't think it's even debatable, because the alternative is they just become another company that went to Lehigh and didn't stay here in Provo. And I don't see any downside. Again, it's post-performance. They didn't ask us to front any money. It's all going to be money that they generated. We're just participating to make sure that they understand we're as committed to them as they are to us.
The bar, though, then becomes any company that's growing in the city of Provo in order to keep them here and keep them expanding here.
I understand your comment. I don't
Becomes
think
challenging,
I
right?
don't think I would say any. I mean, I'm going to talk about the companies I know and love. Thread Wallet, I think, is an incredible, phenomenal company that represents our core values of who we are. I think, to the mayor's point, they're an exceptional company with exceptional people. I think they fit right in. So when they tell me they want to find a way to stay in Provo because they love this place and they don't ever want to leave, yeah, I think we find a way to do whatever we can to play appropriately, right, to help make sure that happens. And the fact that they've invested, and they haven't asked for anything. I'm just using them as an example. They're the kind of company that I would want to stand hand in hand with and say, absolutely, we want you here. And we're going to make sure we've tried to help make that happen. I think Qualtrics is another one of those companies that I feel very confident with their commitment. And I think there's a long list of others that have had Vanderhall, New Skin. I mean, I think you could go identify people that have been dedicated and committed to our community that we would want to protect. Is that everybody? No, I think there's some that probably need to move on, not because we don't value who they are, what they are, but because their vision for their corporate future belongs at the point of the mountain. I mean, I totally respect that. I get that.
Yeah.
But the other ones that really believe in us, we want to keep. Does that,
No, I understand it. I agree with what you just said. I want to protect good companies that want to grow here in Provo. As a policymaker, as a board member of the RDA,
Yeah.
I'm trying to process where that bar is of, if I'm a business in Provo, I'm going to say, look, Provo is really dedicated to keeping good companies. So we're going to ask for help. If we're going to grow here, we're going to ask for help every time. I guess that's challenging, as a policymaker.
No, I understand. But, if you're a company, you kind of want to know that you're building a home in a place where you're loved and valued, right?
Perfect.
When I was working in West Valley City, Petzl, who makes outdoor climbing gear, wanted to build their North American headquarters in West Valley City. The only other facility they had like that was in France, and they wanted to build their North American headquarters in West Valley. So we worked with the state of Utah. We got them committed, and they had said, what can West Valley City do to help? And very similar to Provo, we didn't have a lot of discretionary funds. We had different conversations. At some point, I think we determined that we could help them with $180,000. That had no significant difference in the cost of building that North American headquarters or anything. But just the fact that we were willing to dedicate some of our money and to put some of our skin in the game and show them you're as important to us as we are to you made all the difference. That's all they wanted. It was the good handshake agreement that we're both in this together and we're going to make this happen. And that, I don't know, that sign of goodwill and good faith, I think a lot of times is what companies need to know. This isn't Anywhere USA. This is Provo, Utah. And we're a different place, and we're going to treat you differently. And we have different expectations of what this relationship means. You're expecting this of us. That means we expect of you. You're going to live up to our core values and our vision for what Provo is and what Provo is about.
And I think, Shipley, you're talking about like setting parameters even for us in the future, right? As an RDA, how do we look at things, or do we have a rubric we go through, or that kind of thing?
Yeah, and I don't know that it needs to be as rigid as that, but as a policymaker, it's a tall order when we're not in it all. I
know. I understand.
Administration obviously has insight into some of these companies that an elected official for 4 years doesn't have.
Right.
And so when we review something like this, it's hard to say, look, we want every property in Provo to grow in value. And I don't mind giving some of that up if I feel like there's a really good opportunity to grow that value, right? I completely agree with the mission and the idea of RDA and increment. The challenge is like, how do we discern, between everybody asking, for some help as they grow versus the projects that are really loyal to Provo and we're loyal. That's where we need some additional color, right?
I totally understand. And I wish I could write a book or whatever and say, here's the criteria. Always do this in this instance and never do this in this instance. I wish I could. Some of what we do, and some of especially what you do as elected officials, is just what our conscience tells us is the right thing to do. You know what I mean? Right. And so I think you have to hopefully trust us that we're going to bring forward to you projects that we think are worthwhile. And then together we're going to vet those, right? You're going to push me and say, Keith, I'm just not convinced on this one. Help me get over the hump, because I'm a little bit worried about this one. That's a company that has a lot of money, and I'm not sure they need it. Because then I think we can have this conversation about, right, they probably don't. But we're not doing it because of the bottom line value of that company. We're doing it because of the value they are to us. Right. And we want to keep them. And so the incentive isn't because they need it. The incentive is for us. It's our guarantee that they don't go somewhere else. And we'll just have to make that decision together. And I hope you understand that my job is to try to present opportunities for you that, from my professional opinion, are in your best interest. Your job then is to take that and to tell me yes or no. And at the end of the day, if you've said no, we're going to live with it and we're going to make the very best of it that we possibly can. I'm not going to hold bad feelings against you. I'm going to tell you what I think is best, and then we're going to go do what you want to do and make it work. So that's just good.
So sorry, one quick follow-up that I'm thinking
go ahead.
Of. I'm sorry to again derail this with a few side
You're
questions.
Not at all.
But there are a few companies that I have in my mind that wanted to stay in Provo, right? And they were looking for property. They were looking for ability to expand. They'd been here for a long time. These are companies we don't want to have them leave, right? They've been loyal to Provo.
Yeah.
They end up leaving. or finding property elsewhere. And again, some of that just has to do with finding the right big parcel somewhere.
Sure.
You know, that
Or the
didn't
big
exist
shiny
in Provo.
building. Yeah.
Sure. So there's not a perfect solution
No.
of protecting every one of those. I understand that, but is there a systematic way that the RDA can be more proactive with some of these business owners that have been loyal to us for, 50 years? And when they look around and see, increment go to somebody that's the new shiny face in town versus the old school, like, hey, we built this over 50 years and we're loyal. I mean,
Yeah, there is. I think there is.
Okay.
And can I ask for your indulgence? If you really mean what you just said to me, then let's find a way to set some money aside. Because Bill and I have talked about this before, and Salt Lake City just participated in a redevelopment project in their downtown core, taking an old commercial building and creating a new opportunity. Their RDA contributed $16 million towards that project because they have a fund that they've set aside that allows them to do that kind of investing in their community.
Redevelopment or economic development?
Redevelopment.
So it's actually the RDA.
It is, yeah. So I think some of this money that we're going to get back from Mountain Vista, it could be easy to find justifications to spend that a lot of different ways around the community. And I think we could find a beneficial reason for you to do whatever you wanted to do with it. I'm just going to caution you not to. If you're serious about what you said, let's find a way to create a fund. And maybe it's only a couple $100,000 a year to begin with, or maybe we take a portion of that money and we say, let's set aside $2 million of that money that we're going to get, and that will become the beginning of our ability to reinvest. And let's continue to add to it. Let's find a way every year to add an extra $100,000 or $500,000 to that year until we grow it to the point where we can really begin to do some meaningful things. Because to me, the reason why we haven't been able to solve the problem that you're talking about is because Provo hasn't been able to go out and say, we're going to go buy that piece of property, like Mountain Vista. I mean, Mountain Vista was one of those rare opportunities where for $3,000 an acre, we bought a bunch of property and then we preserved that future and it worked. I think we've done the same thing with the property that we purchased out there by Duncan Aviation, 30 acres or whatever we bought a year or two ago. To me, that's perfect redevelopment, economic development, because now we control that and we can determine maybe that's a place where one of those future businesses goes. I think there's more opportunities in the community where we could begin to do that. So first of all, I would ask to help me set aside some money. Second of all, there's been a lot of background discussion from the city council about your concerns about redevelopment. And I told Councilwoman McKay, I'm not afraid of that in this environment. I'm afraid of it when you're having it without me involved. I want you and us to have this healthy debate and discussion about what your expectations are and your priorities are, so we can do what you want. So I'm not threatened or afraid of hearing what your honest, real, true feelings are about all these redevelopment issues are. Let's just have those conversations so that we can go to work and make it happen. So if your sense is that we have not been as proactive as we'd like to be on redevelopment issues, then let's sit down together and decide, what does proactive look like and where? And let's get really specific, and then let's go to work. And I think we can do that. But I think it's one thing to have a sense that maybe we're not doing enough and to be dissatisfied and to let that dissatisfaction build and kind of fester. It's another thing for us to be proactive and say, I kind of got a gut feeling that we're not doing enough, and I'm not willing to let that sit. So let's decide what proactive looks like and where we want to be proactive.
Okay, I need to acknowledge that Shannon has her hand up, but I have one more money question to ask with regards to that. So right now, the RDA, we do the tax increment, and some of that money goes back to the entity, right? Like how we give those checks to Days Market or to the Walmart complex for that. But then does the rest of that percentage stay with the RDA?
So we're talking about you're talking about two different things. So let's just make sure that we understand. So that, for example, the Days Market agreement is a sales tax sharing agreement. It doesn't have anything to do with RDAs.
Okay.
In that instance, we said for the Days Market strip mall area, we're going to make an agreement that they're going to reinvest in that and upgrade those facilities. We're going to, similarly to the redevelopment area, we're going to take a pardon?
It's not under RDA at all.
No, we're going to take a picture of how much sales tax is being generated in that center right now. They're going to give us an estimate of how much they're going to spend to make improvements. we're going to enter into a contract that says that if they do that, if they actually spend that money, we'll share back a portion of the increase in sales tax that occurs for a period of time or until they reach a certain amount to incentivize them to make that investment. So that's what we've done. So that's a little bit different. I mean, it's kind of the same principle, only it's not a redevelopment area and it's not property tax, it's sales tax. Does that help?
Yes. So, but am I right then about the tax incremental stuff, that some of it comes to the RDA and stays with the RDA and then some of it gets given back to the company?
So in a redevelopment area, now we're talking about property tax, right?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. We're talking about property tax. And every entity, like Provo City, the school district or whatever, gets a certain proportion that's based on state legislation, correct? What we're agreeing to is normally the school district would get $100 off of this piece of property. And we're saying if Joe builds this cool building up there, your property tax is going to go from $100 to $200 a year. And we're asking you, if instead of getting the full extra $100, if you'll give us 20% of it. So will you give us $20 of that or whatever, every year for 15 years, because we're going to go do something grand with it if you'll do that. And so that's how we kind of disrupt the normal flow of where those property tax monies actually go.
Okay, so none of it is kept within the RDA for the RDA to use for other things.
Well, it goes to that specific project. So
Yes,
we're only
just that
talking about the
entity.
property values within that project
Yeah.
area boundary,
Yeah.
correct?
Okay.
Everything else stays the same. Everything
Right.
else in the whole city,
Right, it's just the
everywhere else stays
increase
exactly
and
how
it's
it
just
all.
in that area.
Yep, all those distributions stay exactly the same. This has nothing to do with it. We're isolating that one little island for a brief 15-year period of time or whatever we decide.
Okay. For some reason, I thought that the RDA kept some to use it for future stuff. So I totally misunderstood that.
Okay,
Thank you.
did that help?
All right, now Shannon, you have been so patient. Shannon
Okay.
Ellsworth has a question.
Please.
No, I'm good. I don't want to hold the meeting up, and it's not relevant exactly right now.
Okay, Counselor Fillmore.
I do wish to hold the meeting up. I've got just a couple of questions for you, Keith. In terms of being proactive, our basic problem is that Provo's running out of land,
Correct.
right? And so in the sense of being proactive, does your department have its eye on property that we ought to be looking at by way of acquisition or blight cleanup, whatever you want to call it, where we can do on a smaller scale a Mountain Vista type approach?
Yeah, I'm just going to be honest with you. I would like to be able to suggest that we are farther along in that specific area than we actually are. It's been a concern and a focus of mine since I started here, but I haven't been able to move that as far along as I would like. But I think we're at a point where that's going to change. And so I think when I ask you for input on areas that are of a concern to you, I mean that wholeheartedly. And I'm telling you that from this point on, we are going to begin to be much more strategic about potential problems and opportunities, and to work towards solving that with you in a hopefully a much more proactive way than maybe we've done in the past. Now, having said that, I want us to be clear that I think there are some real wins in that area that we've accomplished in the past. I mean, I think the mill race project, for example, with the purchase of IFA and getting them relocated, is a perfect example of what you're talking about, that we just need to do more of, and we need to have more of an understanding with each other about what you're worried about and what we maybe can do to help.
Well, I mean, given the reality of limited developable land in Provo, I think we're at the point where that's an absolute necessity. We start targeting properties that are less than ideal,
100%.
or we're going to miss out on the very kind of opportunities that Mr. Shipley is mentioning.
No, I agree.
Where we want to keep these companies, but we don't have a place to put them.
Yeah.
So I think we need to make that a priority. And as you know, I'm also an advocate for that reserve fund for development, so that we have money ready to go when we have such opportunities. Second question is this. A year ago, the state legislature passed a law restricting TIF funding because there was some sense that cities were cherry picking opportunities to bring companies from a neighboring city into their city. And there were some limitations imposed on how you could use tax increment funding, right?
Sales tax. Yeah, to basically, the state eliminated the opportunity for cities to incentivize big box retail development.
Using sales tax.
Yes.
Okay. You've had a
Well,
year-
anything. I mean, I can't use tax increment. I can't use sales tax.
Okay, so it's both
Yeah, it'd be
sides.
very difficult to do almost anything if the purpose of the incentive is for big box retail development.
Okay. Was it limited to big box? That was
Yeah,
just
I
the
mean, so I think
easiest
if
target?
it's smaller than, I can't remember if it was 30 or 40,000 square feet, you could still potentially
Yeah.
do something, but if it's bigger than that, you can't.
Well, my question is this, you've had a year now to kind of gestate on that law.
I'm still fuming over it.
And so what is your sense of how that hurts or potentially benefits Provo?
Sometimes I think as elected officials, we do things to show that we're doing something, and it's not necessarily what needs to be done. I've said for years and years, the true solution to solving the sales tax distribution problem is to eliminate point of sale and to basically make the sales tax distribution based on population, period. Because
100%.
100%. Because if you did that, then it wouldn't matter where Costco goes. Provo, Lehigh, or we're all going to get our fair share. And so then Costco would go where it belongs, not where we've incentivized it to go or whatever, right? And I get the fact, I mean, believe me, I've done this for 30 years. I understand why that's not the case. And I understand how John Borgett cringes when I say that, and so does Orem. But I think that there's a way to get to that. There's over time, you could get to that point if you told the cities, over 20 years, we're going to wean you off and get you used to this, but this is where it's going, correct? And I think you could do it. Because we haven't done that, because that takes a lot of courage. This was kind of, we'll take our best shot and see if we can fix it this way. My concern is, especially in some instances, there just is a time when it's appropriate for us to get involved, because the normal I don't know, economic engine isn't working, and we're stepping in to help it. And I think no one knows that as well as we do. The state doesn't know what our needs are as well as we do. And if we've determined we really need a grocery store in this sector of town, and it's not going to happen on our own, and we're going to step in and make it happen, I think we have the right to do that. I don't think anybody should tell us we can't. But having said that, one of the reasons why that whole legislation was passed was because we had a neighboring community that took dealers from our community to their community, and that's exactly what they're trying to stop. And so I totally get it, and I think we could potentially benefit from somebody not being able to do that to us in the future. But I'm not willing to concede the flexibility, the opportunity that we really need to protect that risk, I guess.
Well, let me just reassure you, I think the council feels strongly that we know we have a good man heading up economic development.
Well,
And
I hope so.
We want you to be proactive. So
We will be, I promise.
Start bringing proposals to us.
I apologize that we haven't been. We're fixing that.
Okay,
Apology to us, sorry.
Councillor Whipple.
So I love the idea of us building up a fund that we can use so that when opportunities present themselves, we can jump on it. I wanted to ask about the possibility of issuing bonds against a future tax increment. Have we
Say that again, the what?
to issue bonds against a future tax increment? Have we used that here?
That's probably maybe a good question for Dixon, because he's been here longer. You can. I mean, the whole purpose is, if you can show a projected future revenue stream, that's bondable income. So you could go to a financial agency and say, we're going to do this $3 million project. We've got a revenue stream that's going to come from the tax base that's going to be generated from it, and we want to bond against that possibility. You can surely do that. I don't know when's Provo's done that, but anyway, I'm sure we have in the future, and it would be easy to do.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that as a way of maybe jumpstarting some projects.
Yeah, I mean, here's another thing that we haven't done a lot of. It's the public improvement district that the legislation we just created a couple of years ago was specifically done, which really doesn't encumber the municipality. It encumbers the developer to be able to tax their future tenants for infrastructure improvements. And that's an incredible tool. I actually had someone just talking to me about the possibility of doing something out at the airport and possibly using a PID if they were going to do something. So,
Dixon, do you have insight on that?
I just need to check with John. So we have bonded once, at least in the last 30 years, and maybe earlier on when I wasn't in that, for Duncan Aviation. So we use tax increment as part of the revenue stream. And we also had a 108 loan from CDBG, but that was bonded against the revenue on property tax on that one. So we don't do it very frequently. You want to make sure you got a steady partner.
Okay, thank you. All right. I think we've gone way over.
Could I ask
Oh,
Patrice,
George.
could I ask a quick
Yep.
question about that?
Yep.
I'm just wondering if that bond strategy would be something that could be used, for example, with the redevelopment of the former city center. I mean, I know we were looking at some proposals for development there that were way beyond what the city could afford in terms of upfront cash, but it also seemed to me that there was tremendous economic benefit in the long term. Potentially, I don't know about the specific project per se, but if we deem a pretty significant development like that to be beneficial in the long term, does it make sense for us to consider that as an option?
yeah, I think it could be. I think you have to think about amounts, actual dollar amounts. You know, if I'm going to go into debt for something and I'm going to try to finance it off of the revenue stream, well, I think one of the reasons why Duncan Aviation worked is because the capital investment and the potential property value increase was so enormous with the types of equipment that they were going to put in, the buildings that they were going to build, the infrastructure that had to be put in to make all that happen. So the increase in increment was really, 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 really big. So the opportunity to capture a portion of that and bond against that revenue stream was doable. I just don't know if the values in what we're talking about doing on the city hall block, as much as I'd love that if they were, if they're going to be big enough to do that. But it's definitely something for us to consider, George. I mean, I don't think, I'm not saying I'm not interested. I think we ought to consider all options. It's definitely a possibility.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Keith.
Is that
We
okay?
appreciate your time and being patient with us, all of our questions.
No, please.
But this was extremely helpful.
I hope so. I mean, and please let's have an open, I mean, dialogue about this. I mean, I hope you understand my feelings were sincere when I said it troubles me that you're concerned behind in your own chambers.
Do you know what this open dialogue's been awesome?
So just if there's concerns, let's talk about them and let us fix them, because we're on the same page, we're on the same team, and we're only here to make things better from your vision. And I can only do that if I know what that looks like. So help me understand it and we'll go to work.
Thanks, Keith. All right. I apologize so much to staff who is here and it's past their meeting time. We aren't going to take a 15-minute break. We're going to take a 5-minute break. And so we will be back 4 minutes. We're going to be here at 2:05 to hear from Parks and Rec.
Recording stopped.
online before. In person's much more exciting. All right. I appreciate Parks and Rec being patient with us. We're going to hear a presentation regarding an appropriation for a new golf cart storage building in Timpanogos Golf Club. And this will be presented by Brett Watson, who's the golf manager. We'd still like to recognize George Hanley, who's on Zoom. Thank you.
Chairman Kay, thank you. Mayor, Councilor Ersworth, thank you for coming out to see me. I know that you didn't want to listen to Keith in person. We won't tell him that. So I'm excited to be here today. For one reason that we want to present about the cart shed, obviously. And Scott told me that if I built the cart shed, I could cut my hair. So we are twofold today. As we come in as Parks and Recreation and do these charts, this is probably the coolest one. So this is the golf course revenue, obviously, over the past 4 years. John will speak a little bit about our winter that we just had, but I feel like we're still on track to meet our goals. And so because of this this revenue increase and the support that we've received both from the community and our players and from the council and from the mayor's office, we felt like it was time to address one of our longest glaring needs, which is a cart storage facility. I'm not coming and asking for a new clubhouse because the 1928 clubhouse was more than sufficient, it looks like. But this was the first clubhouse at Tim, but we are not going to go down that road. So this is a map of our current site. I put a red star in that scary area there to the west of the clubhouse. As you can see, the new Norda Medical School Road in that horseshoe is starting to take place. As part of that, the golf course entrance will be shifted to just north of that star. So just above that star coming off of the Norda entrance. And in talking with Norda and their developers and the future of the school and our new partnership and with our neighbor, we really wanted to have our west side of our clubhouse have a good image, I guess, when it attaches to the medical school's entrance there. And as mentioned in the report that you received, right now, the very west end of the building, you can see it there with the red roof, it can only hold 38 carts. And so being able to go to our full cart storage of 80, we needed a much bigger storage facility. One thing that we are probably most proud of, other than being self-sufficient, is the ability to be on Graywater and to be one of the most environmentally friendly golf courses in the region. It's one of the conversations that you guys don't have to have with the Salt Lake Tribune if they call, and we're very excited about that. So in doing so, we wanted to take our next step, and that's to go to an all-electric cart fleet. Going green with our carts is something that we've always wanted to do, and we've never had the ability. And so kind of a win-win with the medical school being there and their help. They're going to provide the pad. And so this is our cart barn. We went literal barn. If you've been to Temp, you know why we did this. We feel like this is a good look on the side of the building there. It will match what we have going, and it will really flow with the rest of the area. Couple of things. This is the new cart wash area, which has just been completed. So carts will wash here. This is about as boring as it gets. And the last one is the new entrance, one of the new entrances to the clubhouse. So this is the new breezeway that the players will be able to come through and enter. And so if you're looking out that way, that's looking north. Unfortunately, the sun, Temp is right there. And then to the left of that picture is the new entrance to the golf course and those types of things. John, I'm going to let do on the funding source and how we plan to do that. Everything will be internally funded through the Parks Department and through our revenues. And so there's no ask here today, just only for permission. Do you have any questions for me though, before I give it over to John? Okay.
Thanks, Brett. I
Thank you,
appreciate
guys.
your sense of humor. Anyone have a question for Brett? Okay, we'll hear from John Borget.
The recommendation is that we would do an interfund loan through the Parks Capital Improvement Fund. That would be a 7-year loan that would be paid back with a set fixed principal payment, and then the interest rate would vary based on our state pool rate, like we've done some of our other interfund loans, and the loan will be paid back fully with revenues coming from the golf course. Met with Scott and Brett, and they feel confident that based on the revenue stream and the trajectory of the golf course, that the golf course could pay that loan back. And so we thought we were going to go 5 years, but we decided that we wanted to be a little bit more conservative and make sure that we're able to pay that back over 7 installments. And so we feel confident that we are. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions on the interfund loan.
Questions for John?
Thank you.
Thanks, John. All right, we'll now do a presentation regarding efforts addressing homelessness in Provo City. This will be given to us by the Food and Care Coalition. And Brent Crane is Executive Director of the Food and Care Coalition.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me here. Mayor Kafusi, good to see you again. Wayne, already talked to Wayne a little bit. I'm just going to go through this. Maybe we'll be able to pick up some more time for you today. But I was asked specifically to just come in and share what services we offer at the coalition. And so I'm going to take you through as if you're going through a tour of the facility and the services that we offer. And Robert Vernon, who just left the Provo City Housing Authority, myself did a presentation a few years ago to the City Council more on the data-driven elements of this issue, housing and homelessness in our valley, but I'm not really going to get into that today. So we are known as Friends of the Coalition. That is our 501c3. Our operational entity is the Food and Care Coalition. This is our facility down in East Bay, Provo. And the main facility is a 36,000 square foot facility. We sit on about 4.5 acres, and we have about 11 buildings on the property, including a garage, a hydroponic greenhouse, and a new community center that was sponsored by doTERRA, and 6 new apartment complexes called Candlelight Villas. So that is just an orientation of where we are. Here is kind of just a little, I give you a little idea in terms of the genesis of how we came to be. Back in the late 70s, early 80s, we went through a public policy shift where we went through what they call the deinstitutionalization movement, and we were defunding mental health institutions. And of course, Provo City houses the state hospital here, up on the hill. And really, homelessness, sorry, that's automatically going here. I'll flip back to that. But homelessness is really kind of originated in Utah County at that time. The first, obviously, people that they turned to was our church and faith-based community. And so coalition, that iteration of our name has always been a part of our name. And it was because of the coalition of churches that came together and said, hey, this is too much for any one of us to tackle this issue. And we feel that there ought to be a collective effort. And so really at the time, community action was still fairly, pretty much in its infancy as well. And we're pretty much redistributing FDA commodities, USDA commodities, and they were really just a food bank. So they didn't really cater to the homeless population. Our mission is really to research and to partner and to bring our community as a true partner to the services we offer. Most of our funding comes from the private sector. We get 95% of our funding is through the community, foundations, public donations, support of that nature. But one thing I wanted to point out here is in this little analogy here, I took a group of 500 people up to Martin's Cove a few years ago. And so this wagon wheel has always been kind of an image I like. But when I came into this industry 34 years ago to the coalition, I've been the director for 30 of those years, I saw a very siloed system. Sorry, I don't know why will it just advance one at a time on switch instead of just automatically? I'll try to keep it here. So on the prior slide, all the arrows are pointing out. So the client essentially had to go to community action. They had to go to the VOC rehab. They had to go to DWS. They had to go to the Food and Care Coalition. We have a mentally ill client come in that needs a meal for the day. We had to refer them several miles up the road to the Mental Health Authority. Well, you can imagine how that, worked. It didn't. And so one of the things that we have done is we've created a collaborative model. Sorry, it just keeps going on its own. I'll flip back here. So what we really tried to do is, knowing that we were primarily privately funded, we wanted the public to be involved. And so we also wanted to kind of reduce that silo effect. And so we went out and created a collaborative model where we brought in other community service agencies into our facility. And I'll show you some of those here in a few minutes. But what that really did is it provide accessibility to the client, and it made it to where they didn't have to go to 10 different places in a day. With public transportation at the time when we started was not very good. It's improved dramatically. But anyways, as far as services, so our meal program, we kind of look at that as kind of a gateway program where we just provide it. But we serve, 80 to 100,000 meals a year. Again, most of that through donated food from the community. That includes 3 meals a day plus sack lunches to go. Sorry, I'm going to keep flipping it back here. All right. Sorry.
We're reading it.
Okay. Let me go back one more. I got to talk faster. So, we distribute hygiene items. We've got a big hygiene room. We distribute, obviously, cold weather items during the winter months. We have volunteers that come in. We have a barber shop there on site. Individuals can get, do their showers and their laundry. We have case management available. Our upper part of our facility, the whole second floor of our main facility, is what we call transitional housing. So they're like little mini hotel units, basically. And then part of that, we have library and educational opportunities. We do rental aid, but not nearly as much as Community Action. Community Action is the primary provider in Utah County for rental aid. Our rental aid is exclusive to those that are experiencing homelessness. Candlelight Villas, as I mentioned, was those new 1-bedroom apartments, and you'll see some pictures of that here in a few minutes. And our most exciting development is the creation of the new community center that doTERRA sponsored, and the educational programming that comes with it. When you are working with a clientele such that we are, none of us in our community wants homelessness, right? And I realize that each of us have different pain points. Law enforcement looks at it from one perspective. We look at it from one perspective. The religious community looks at it from another perspective, and they're all valid. And so what we tried to do was to build a facility that the community could be proud of. And so we have 50,000 volunteer hours right there in the dining room. It looks a little different because we've repainted and put in a new floor since then. But, those 80,000 meals are served each and every day throughout the year. Clients are getting a thought of the day. Clients are getting a list of service providers that are on site that day that they can outreach to. It's home to many of them. It's the only home that many of them have. And so we're trying to create a place where responsibility and exchange of information and services can happen while doing it in an uplifting environment. Did you have a question?
I do. I was wondering if on the services you offer, you also can accept or hold mail for clients?
Yes, we do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They cannot put a mail forward if they have their mail sent to us. The post office won't let them put a mail forward on it when they do leave. That's kind of one of the inconveniences of it. But yeah, we've got a huge amount of mail that comes to our agency every day. So, and we have entertainers, we have groups that come in, we've got obviously a lot of youth groups and civic groups and business groups and church groups. And, the mayor has been down and council members have been down many times before. It was very saddened to hear of Cindy Richards passing. Recently, she was involved when we were trying to find a new home back in the day. And Paul Warner, former council member, is on our board now, as well as Greg Hudnall's on our board too. So, so we've always had a great relationship with the council and appreciate the work that you guys do. Now it's for some reason frozen on that slide. So Don't know why that is, but, we have 77,000 to 7,500 unique volunteers that come in and serve at our facility every day or throughout the year, donating, 50,000 man hours of service. And that's everything from teaching a class to working in a hydroponic greenhouse like they will be tomorrow, to serving a meal, to teaching we even have the drug dogs from Provo City to keep them sharp and do a service for us to try to encourage sobriety. But there's lots of community connections that we have, out there in the community. So, and with the community.
Wait, can you explain the drug dog thing?
Oh, we have Provo City. Their officers come in and they try to keep their dogs trained and sharp. And so we actually have them come into our transitional housing units pretty frequently. They were just there on site last week. And part of that is we run a drug-free operation. Doesn't mean that drugs don't show up, obviously, with the population, but it's something that we highly encourage and we incentivize. And so when you have somebody that checks in and is living in your housing, and you're allowing drugs to coexist, doesn't make for a very inviting environment towards sobriety.
Right.
And so
your
anyways.
clients who are living there have been informed of this. They've signed a consent,
Yes,
so they're aware that
of that.
search can
Yeah,
come
they're
at
aware
any
of that
time.
because they're not under contract. So the
Right.
people that are living there on site for transitional housing, there's no contract. They're free to come and go at any time. And the only consequence is they would be removed from the housing of the program, right?
But
Typically that doesn't happen. We work with them.
okay.
So come back here to this is just off our hygiene room. So this is another way that the community is involved. Our budget roughly is about 2.4 million annually, and a third of that is through in kind. So our cash budget is only about a 1.5 million annually, which is pretty phenomenal. When you think about it, the extent of services, the scope of services, the fact that we're open 365 days a year, 24/7, that kind of gives you an idea. So just click on here. This is just some of the shower facilities. Again, if you're a day client, you have no place to live, where are you going to shower? I remember the days when they'd go up to the RB building on BYU campus, and they would just use the showers there. Laundromat. This is the barber shop that we have. This is part of the partners. And so we have three that are permanent on-site partners. Wasatch Behavioral Health. So they bring to the table therapy and outreach, street outreach, and of course, all the mental health curriculums. I think Seeking Safety is one of the classes they offer. Mountainland Community Health Center was another partner that we brought in a few years ago. So providing medical and dental on site. And then My Story Matters. We're really excited. To me, it's about education. When you feed somebody, right, you've satisfied their hunger, but Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we really need to get beyond just those temporary needs and get to the bottom line. And that's done slowly over time through that exchange of services and interaction between ourselves and our community partners, the community and what have you. And our law enforcement, I recognize them. Mentioned Officer Hutchinson, Joe Shinners was a good friend of mine. And it stung very significantly, besides just the passing, but it was a homeless gentleman based out of Salt Lake that was the shooter. And so I know that Joe, he was the type that would, buy boots and buy clothes and hygiene and other things like that. So we appreciate, our men in blue and everything that they do for us, because they oftentimes handle situations better than trained mental health professionals. And I'll stand by that statement because I've seen it over a long period of time. But you can see there all the other different people that we leverage services with and for, and that's just the ones that are on site. We also have another list here of people that we do offsite. So one of the new ones is America's Best down in, I think it was actually on the other slide, but America's Best now provide free eye exams and glasses. And so our case managers will go with the client down to Spanish Fork and have them do those. We work with the LDS stake here to do state IDs, and Provo Library has been very good and gracious about doing, passes for our clients and such. So it's about interconnectedness is what our agency is about. This is just one of them. This is the pictures of the medical clinic here on site, as well as the dental clinic. We have a couple of one procedure room, 2 exam rooms. And the purposes of these was, where did the homeless go prior to this clinic existing? They went to our most costly medical point of exchange, and that was our ERs. And oftentimes their care was not commensurate with what the need was. And so they were unnecessarily tying up that system. And so we were grateful that we were able to co-author a grant with Mountainlands and do that. This is the, let me go back to that one. This is the dental clinic. We serve about 900 clients a year through the medical clinic, about 300 clients a year through the dental clinic here, and about 2,500 to 3,000 clients each year unduplicated that are our agency. But you can see it's state of the art. It's a beautiful facility. When we kind of found our home down by the railroad tracks, we were involved with the council when we were looking for a home. And, even though we ended up down by the railroad tracks, we've kind of transformed what that looks like. Clients, I know that, law enforcement would probably dispute it, but only 18% of our clients have a criminal record, have been in jail. And the challenge with that, the optics of that, is that you've got oftentimes the same people that our law enforcement sees. Some of the severely mentally ill, or sometimes there's some ungovernable, clientele that we see. And the front runner, I teased Mayor Curtis. I said, here, we built this nice new facility and we're resolving homelessness, and we built the new front runner, and all it did was make it easier for Salt Lake homeless to make their way down here. So that was all in jest. So nothing serious there. This slide just kind of gives you the mill trend. We've been kind of stable on the mill side. On the housing side, that's more that escalation there is more in line because of we've provided new services. So last year it was June, so it was only half part. We were only part of 2022 in those numbers. 2023 will include a full year of our new housing units there. So, and then going back even just 5 years before that, I can tell you it was about 2,000 units, and that was all through motel vouchering. And you don't want to ask me my opinion about that. I think it's a flawed, failed, broken system on all levels. It's not fair to those providers, those motels, and it really doesn't resolve the issue. Those same people are still homeless tomorrow when they get out of those places. So, but that's a discussion for another day. This is our transitional housing upstairs. So this is kind of the men's common room. The men's have smaller rooms and a communal bathroom, larger communal area. They have library where they can check out games and books and movies and things of that nature. The women's side have their bathroom self-contained. This is one of the men's rooms. So they're very simple, but it's a bed off the street. And more importantly, it's a bed that comes with support services. And that is absolutely critical when you're talking about the homeless. So this was our new project. Those are not 2 buildings apiece. That's actually 1 building with a breezeway in between. But this was kind of a pocket neighborhood concept. When we came to the city was very interested in a pocket neighborhood kind of idea. And so we kind of did that in a smaller microcosm of that concept. And so this was the groundbreaking. That's an aerial shot while it was under construction. And then here is the new units. And so you can see they're very nice. We work with law enforcement. If we see drugs there, we work closely with law enforcement and we eradicate it. We are not one that's going to sweep it under the rug and say, hey, neighbor, you deal with it. If we see a problem, we're going to be responsive. And again, we've been very appreciative of our law enforcement friends. One of the centers of our new community center is education. And so we pay the $500 fee as an organization for that client to go through this Safe Harbors curriculum. And it's a curriculum I understand is going to be adopted into the jail systems throughout all of Utah. They're that excited about it. This is one of the housing units. So these are all 1-bedroom units. We partnered, so we paid, it was roughly about a $10 million project. We did get some, a legislative appropriation, and then through COVID, Mayor Kafusi was on that committee. We were able to get, I think it was 1.15 million or so, through some COVID funding that was available through the county. I think there were 7 mayors that were on that committee that helped distribute that funding. And so some of that went to these new housing units. And so everything about our project says we're going to do services and we're going to do it with dignity and respect, but with accountability. That's a big component for me. As an organization, we really kind of influenced the whole programmatic shift that happened in Salt Lake. Gail Miller and the Larry and Gail Miller Foundation came down, and they brought senator and congressmen and women and the homeless network and said, hey, the road home up here is a blight in our neighborhood, and we have got to do something different. And so we actually won the Innovator of the Year award from the state of Utah. And part of that was because of that collaboration that we did. So, and then up on screen here are just some things and ways that our volunteers get involved, and we encourage the community to get involved. So with that, I'll leave that with any questions that you might have. Again, I didn't get into gaps that I see or what have you. I will mention, just because I was talking with several members of the Wasatch Behavioral staff before we came over. But when we went through that deinstitutionalization movement, we look at, individuals with autism, and we have constructed, halfway houses. We've created a place, a safe and, I guess, supportive, rich environment for those individuals to land if they fall through the cracks. With our mentally ill, it's not that easy. And so I would love to see some legislative changes happen. We obviously have got to better meet the affordability housing crisis. It's not just the homeless, that are experiencing it. It's our kids. It's sometimes you and I that are experiencing that affordability crisis. And a good community has got to be able to provide that and a mechanism for us to achieve that. And so the Candlelight Villas was one of those projects to try to help us control it, because we were always relying on the market, and the market's going to choose that student 100 times out of 100 to house, as opposed to our homeless friends. So anyway, thank you for your time. And again, any questions you have?
Yeah, Councillor Shipley.
Couple of quick questions. So is the construction's completely done?
Yeah, we've been operational since last June.
Congratulations. I mean, that was a huge project. Does the property allow for any I know, it's too early to even think about that, right? But is this property footprint allow for any kind of housing expansion?
No.
Okay.
We're tapped out. We've got 36 or 38 transitional housing units on site, and then 72 permanent supportive housing. Any expansion would have to come somewhere else through another project. And I know that Utah County Housing is interested in doing similar projects like this. It's a
big lift.
It's a lot of work. It's a labor
really
of
big
love.
lift. Yeah.
And even I've got a client right now that's actually stolen our business names and copied our mentally ill, and we've just tolerated it. But it's cost me legal fees to wrangle our name back and what have you. But those are just some of the issues you deal with. So,
well, personally, just thank you for your leadership. I know that's, the reason that it exists and has gotten to the point it has. I mean, you just have put your heart and soul into it for a lot of years, and just really appreciate that. Also, thank you to everyone who, a lot of partners, obviously, but a lot of contractors and a lot of people along the way with the construction. I understand we're just monumental in helping the project in kind service, in kind construction, time, effort, energy, and then donations, of course, along the way. But really grateful that there are people in the community that are stepping up like that and help that to come to pass. So
As you know,
thank
we
you.
live in one of the best cities in America, and that's why it's our people. We just have exceptional people that when there's a need, we rise to the challenge.
I'm glad there are. Thank you.
Counselor Fillmore.
Thank you. Brent, well done. As you know, I've had church youth groups over there to serve meals on the weekends for years, and they always have a great experience. It's always good for the volunteers. I was educated today by how extensive your services have become. That's really impressive. I have to ask a question, maybe counterproductive to our discussion, but to what extent are you a victim of your success? By that, I mean, to what extent are we drawing people from outside our area that hear how good they can have it at Food and Care Coalition, where we need to keep multiplying our facilities and services to accommodate people from outside Provo?
Yeah, that's very legitimate. And that question came up when we were looking at this particular property, right? If you build it, they'll come. That's a legitimate concern. And that's one of the reasons when we got our conditional use permit for our facility, we actually self-imposed some limitations, and we talked to the city at that time. And so one of the things for our housing is you have to be a Utah County resident to have priority. There's a 25% scoring advantage if you're from Utah County. And so that's one of the reasons how we curtail that. I will say, Mayor Kafusi, I know that, we had a couple of homeless individuals pass away this last year. Full stories weren't really represented by the media on that. And I know the mayor's office kind of took it on the chin from some of those. I actually turned down the media opportunities because I knew they were coming in with a kind of a sharpened sword and a certain slant that they wanted to it. But I know that the mayor sent out a social media post of, hey, come off the street. We want to help you. Well intended, but one of the things we saw was literally in the next few days, we saw a ton of people from Salt Lake. The word got out. It gets out pretty quickly on the street if you've got housing or you don't have housing. And so that is one of the ways that we've done that, was we tried to incentivize it through if you're a resident. It doesn't mean that we're not going to serve you. We're going to serve you meals. You're going to be able to get showers. You're going to be able to get all those other things. But if you're not a resident of Utah County, we want to see that you're committed to being here long term, and then we will waive that residency requirement when we consider them from housing. But that doesn't come for 3 to 6 months down the road.
Yeah, one of the things I've learned from taking some night patrols with some of our police officers and being exposed to the homeless community here is a lot of them are very much aware of your services, but they don't want them. They're because of their mental illness or habit or whatever, they're simply more comfortable rolling up in a sleeping bag in an alley with some other homeless people. How do you overcome that? I mean,
I was here before this body back in 1998 when our organization sponsored the panhandling ordinance that got passed by the city. Mm-hmm. I would never tell someone to give or not give, but I think we have to look at motive, and we have to balance our compassion as a community with accountability, and that's where law enforcement comes in. We've got probably 10% of our homeless population that mean each other harm or are so severely mentally ill that they create problems for businesses. They create problems for the city. They create problems for us as social service providers. And we have to have a certain decorum and balance of rules to safeguard the safety of everyone, right? And so if you have somebody that's not willing to do that, there's another place for them that's got free housing, and that's called the jail. Mm-hmm. And then hopefully one of the gaps I do see, either coming out of the hospital or coming out of the jail, we got to do a better job of rehabilitation while we've got them. And I know there's more and more. I know Wasatch is doing more and more jail outreach, but we've got to take advantage of them when we have their undivided attention. Mm-hmm. And we've got to give them tools for when they get out to be better members of our community. and contributing members of our community. And so, again, we look at it from the worth of the individual, and, you know, we overlook some things and we say, hey, you know what, you need a second or a third chance, but it's got to come with a caveat or some caveats, right? And that is behavior. And we still get clients that are behaviorally out of control. And that's when we call Officer Hutchinson and others and say, hey, we're not going to let them walk down the street and create problems for our neighbors. We actually imposed a no loitering zone around our building as well. That was one of the things in our conditional use permit. So you'll see my staff out constantly going to our neighbors and clients that are standing on the post office property, or, you know, down by, well, Taco Bell has a bus station there, so we can't really regulate that. But we really do try to enforce that as much as we can. So,
well, I know part of the problem you have is the revolving door, right? You keep seeing the same people to some extent, and they're not getting help. So what is the protocol at Food and Care? If you have somebody come in and they obviously have a significant mental health problem, and then it's beyond what you can do for them. You know, you've got the voluntary versus the involuntary admission, right? I mean, how do you handle that? That's
the legislative change I would like to see. When we went through the, you know, the deinstitutionalization, say that 10 times, the deinstitutionalization movement, it was, hey, it's so costly to lock them up. And human rights advocates got involved and said, hey, you just can't lock people up against your right. Instead of swinging the pendulum to the middle where common sense resides, we swung it all the way over to the other extreme. So now we've got people that have no business being on the street, can't manage their mental health. They can't manage life, even to the point of finding a meal, right? And so that's where I would advocate for another level of service. There's a gap, like I mentioned, with those that are on the autistic spectrum. There's got to be some halfway houses where they have some freedom to come and go, but there's also support services that is not our facility. There is a need for that in the community. And I think if you had Wasatch in here and many other providers that work with this population, they would tell you that there's probably about 10%, maybe 50 to 100 people that need, that kind of environment.
So are you to the point now, given that legislation, are you to the point where you really can't compel anyone to get mandatory mental health care unless they're an evident danger?
Yeah, and that's the thing is we've had people that are out stopping traffic in the middle of traffic, and we can't white slip them, pink slip them, or blue slip them from the court, from law enforcement, or from a family. That's a problem. And that's where, again, the legislation's got to change. We've got to make it easier. But I know that if that happens, then that's going to bring, these other halfway houses, and how do we pay for those? That's going to, become an issue. But I think we all see it. I know law enforcement, I can't speak for, but I know a lot of them. And, we bemoan the fact that we don't have that level of service.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Anything else?
Okay. Any more questions?
I tried to give you time back.
Brent? Okay. It was amazing. Thank you. I'm so grateful for what you do. And I concur with what you just talked about. I met with Wasatch Mental Health, and that was their big issue too, that they are so limited by. I don't know, I could talk to you for a lot longer, but we appreciate you coming.
You're welcome to call me, come down anytime. And that invitation goes for all of you. So,
thank you. I'll probably take you up on that.
Thank you.
Okay. We taking a break? Do we? Is it okay if we don't, or we're over time? Let me see. All right, we're just going to keep going. A presentation regarding the quarterly report for the second quarter of 23. And this will be presented by John Borgett, Director of Administrative Services.
Thank you. Thought it would make good sense today, as we're going to also be looking at the revenues for the 2024 budget that we kind of went through and highlighted things that are happening right now in our current fiscal year to kind of set the stage for the revenues for the 2024 budget. So let me kind of just walk through this quarterly report quickly. So first of all, as I've mentioned before, the quarterly report is intended to give an unaudited summary information to the reader about the city's revenues and expenses for the second quarter of the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2022. The quarterly report contains financial data comparing previous year revenue and expenditures to current year revenue expenditures, along with a 5-year comparison. No data or revenue, no data on revenue and expenditures is final until the city has completed the audit at the end of the year. Just kind of at a high level, and I've kind of highlighted a couple things. In a simple term, you would expect or hope revenue to be approximately 50% because we're halfway through the year. And you can see right now for the general fund, our revenues are at 52% and our transfers are at 57%. Now the transfers you would expect to be a little bit higher because with our utilities, and particularly our energy utility, we have July and August in this fiscal year, and they're big hot months where people run their air conditioners. And so that 57% is a little high for that reason. But once again, I would just say that from a mid-year, those are all positive and kind of what we would expect to see, maybe even a little bit better. I've kind of pointed some arrows at different things just to kind of provide a little emphasis, but you can see overall revenues, we're pretty much at budget. The red line on the right is what the budget is. The blue number, which is just ever so slightly below the budget, but pretty much equals the budget. And then the green line next to that is the prior year. And so once again, things look kind of what we would expect. Transfers, you can see are right at budget. And so things, no red flags, just kind of give you an idea where we're at. Here, sales tax. We are pretty much right at budget, just halfway through the year. You can see we're up from the prior year. I would just mention, and we'll be talking about this when we look at the 2024 budget. We now have received 8 months of revenue for the fiscal year 2023. We've received through February. There's about a 2-month lag. The last couple of months, we have started to see sales tax revenue dropping off some. But right now, through 8 months, we are projected to be, based on that 8 months of history, just under 6%, 5.93%. And we're budgeted at about 6.25%. So pretty close to budget, but slightly under. Also, you can see with the wrap tax, which is down at the bottom, pretty similar trend to the prior year, but up more from the budget. But I would just say that budgeted number for wrap tax was a little bit low. It's one of those things where the money that comes in, we just use for arts projects, and we probably could have budgeted a little bit more than we did. And so we were a little bit more conservative on budget with the wrap tax than we were sales tax. But otherwise, those two should be pretty similar because they're based on sales tax. Development services, you can see that we are well above the prior year and well above the budget. We've had some large projects that have come in. And so looking strong. We're expecting in the 2024 budget to not be up near as much as we were this year, but good indications there. Parks and Rec, just slightly off, but kind of expect by the end of the year that we'll be all right, but just slightly below the budget there. And then the franchise fees, sometimes we get some of our franchise fees at the end of the year. It's also based on our own franchise fee that we charge for our utilities, but it's showing that we're below budget, but I don't see that as a big concern. I think we're going to come in okay at the end of the year. Justice court revenues, as we mentioned last quarter, since the state removed all the restrictions from COVID, they were slow to do so. We are definitely seeing significant improvement there, well above the prior year and above the budget. So that's positive. This is our general fund summary. Not going to touch too much on that. Once again, the revenues are 52% and expenditures are less than 50%. So that's positive. As far as our appropriations go, I just highlighted during the second quarter, we did our final move for ARPA funds. We moved $5.5 million. This is something that council approved, was moved to the Park CIP fund for the Regional Sports Center, $5.5 million. And then the $3 million was moved for the old demolition of the City Hall, which we're all seeing happen next to us, of $3 million. And then there was some money that was also appropriated for the water conservancy, water conservation efforts. The library, nothing really significant there. The golf course, we had in November, we had some real odd weather that really made it difficult to golf. And Brett kind of alluded to this a little bit earlier, but November kind of put us in a little bit of behind the budget. And then this year we had kind of a weird spring, but talking to Brett and Scott, they feel confident that things have really picked up. And one of the real positive things in May, when we've had good days, we've had huge days. And so they feel like to the end of June, we're going to be okay. But we were a little bit behind halfway through the year. Water, once again, is it's based on weather and usage. And right now we're a little bit under budget, but that just kind of comes and goes as depending upon the weather. Wastewater, we're right on budget. Energy, we're actually slightly ahead of budget in the prior year. And then the airport, you can see our revenues are well above last year. And I would mention that Jimmy's here too, if you had any questions. And as we go through the budget, he's here to answer any questions if there are any. But we are seeing pretty significant revenues. And a lot of that's related to parking. And then also just the overall benefits from more scheduled service than we anticipated. So that's a real positive. Sanitation is pretty much there, and storm drain and transportation utility. So that's the quarterly report. Any questions before we move into the 2024 revenue budget comparison?
Councilor Shipley.
It's probably related to the next subject as well, but when you have most of your property tax coming in the fall, I think we collect most of it by now.
Yep.
Yes, 50% sounds right for halfway through the year, but if most of your property tax comes before, where are we typically? Are we is 52 normal based on years past, or are we a little behind what we normally are based on getting all the property tax already, or most of it anyway?
My sense is typically halfway through the year that we're pretty much where we expect to be.
Okay.
What you say about property tax is true, but property tax is, for the general fund, one of the smaller. It's not a huge source. It's like the fifth revenue source that comes in. And so overall, I would say we're looking good with the one qualifier is sales tax. We're watching it. We're still up. We're up almost 6%, but we're watching it closely, and the economy and what happens to the global economy, and whether we get a recession or whatnot. All those things are out there in question. So our overall revenue for the first half of the year is I think it's pretty.
It's good.
Good. Yep.
Well, related to your comment just now, I had a follow-up question about sales tax, and that is, if you see kind of the trajectory over the coming month or two to kind of sink in quite a bit, does that, I know it impacts your projection for 24, but do you have time to update 24? If we go into truth and taxation, can you update the revenue projection from sales tax between the time we have a projected budget to the time we actually approve a budget? I guess I'm just wondering if the next few months, Home Depot came out this morning and said their projections for the year are soft, and that's not great when, a retailer like that says, hey, look, things are getting softer. Can the next few months change your projections or are they kind of in stone for 24 already as far as your projected revenue?
Well, I would just say as administration was working on the budget, and I've got several graphs I'm going to show specifically on sales tax in a few minutes, but we tried to take those things into account. And then it's also the question of, you know, how much do you weigh when you compare what's happened for the current year versus the last month? You know, do you take one and ignore the other? And what we've tried to do is kind of do a combination of both. And then as far as knowing exactly, but I think when we get on those graphs, we can talk about that a little bit more.
To the question of can we adjust that projection between the projected, you know, the proposed budget and
as the council reviews the budget, that definitely those can be adjusted if the council elects to do that. We have that ability until the budget is adopted. But one of the challenges is as you're looking at the overall needs and as you're kind of preparing a budget, you try to make your best projections and then you have to plan accordingly. And so it's difficult.
Affects a lot of other things, obviously.
But it could be done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So truth and taxation can give us a little more time to consider a month or two more of sales tax actual numbers too, though, right?
It could. Yep.
We'll have a few more months to look at.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. If we can pull up the other comparison. I don't know if you want to announce.
Yeah, let me announce it.
Do you want me to sit
Sorry.
down or?
No, you're fine. A
Okay.
presentation regarding the projected revenues for fiscal year 2023 to 2024 by John Borgett.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to show you is just a pie chart that just kind of shows where the revenue comes from this year as part of the proposed budget. It's a $333 million budget, and I think it's really interesting to see that how big of a piece of that pie is the enterprise funds. 204 million, or 61%. The general fund represents, I think it says 21%. It's kind of hard to see that in the blue, but it's the next biggest piece. And then the other funds are relatively small, but the bulk of it comes from the enterprise funds and the general fund. And then this breaks down the general fund budgeted revenues. And you can see that at 42% is sales tax of almost 30 million. And you have franchise fees of 11.4, and then you've got your regular fees that you charge, and then property tax. So you can see the property tax is number 4. And if you include transfers with that, which is not listed on the pie chart, it would be number 5. Okay. And since transfers are not revenue, I've listed those out separately, but if you included them, they would be the number 2 source of funding for the general fund. And then the enterprise funds, you can see that we have 80 million from the energy fund, which is the biggest portion of the enterprise fund. But we've got something unique this year that I'm going to explain later on. But airport's number 2 this year at 56 million, and then water and wastewater are 3 and 4. And so we'll talk about why the airport's such a big piece. It wouldn't normally be that big, but it's related to construction and anticipated projects, but we'll go through that. So this is what I think is really important to understand, and it can make it a little confusing for your average reader, but for the proposed budget, our revenues are actually 12.5 million than they were in the 2023 budget. So we actually had a decrease of total budgeted revenues. And most of that decrease, matter of fact, the enterprise funds were 24.5 million less than the previous year. And then all the others were slightly up. The general fund's up 3.2 million. And then the other funds are up some. So the big question, and one of the things that we're going to focus on in a few minutes is why that our revenues went down 24.5 million for enterprise funds. But first of all, let's talk about the general fund, what makes up that 3.2 million increase. So this kind of breaks out all the different pieces of revenue that are in the general fund. for that 3.2 million. And sales tax is at the top. We're projecting right now about $1 million growth, which is much less than we projected the prior year, but there is still some growth there, and we'll talk about that more. The other one that's a big increase is interest income. Interest rates have gone up significantly. They're now over 5% in the state pool. And so we're anticipating that that's one of the positives that's out there right now, is that it's giving us quite a bit more revenue. We also have a miscellaneous that's going up $850,000. And what's been included in this year's budget is that the airport is now bearing all of the public safety costs as part of the airport. And so what we did is we have a section in the police department and a section in the fire department that are just basically called airport operations. And then what we do is we show as a revenue in the general fund the cost of those airport operations for police and fire. And then we show an expense in the airport to pay for those public safety service costs. So that revenue, which is about $712,000, is included in that miscellaneous line. And so that's why that's up. You can also see that fees are down about $250,000. And this year, as we work with energy and anticipated projects and things that are coming up, they anticipate that in 2024, their revenue for projects that they're working on are going to be significantly less, actually about $300,000 less. And so that's primarily the reason for the decrease in fees. Otherwise, we would have a moderate increase. Also in intergovernmental, in fiscal 23 and 22, we had some positions that were funded by ARPA, and there's no positions that are funded this year in ARPA. It was about $521,000. And so that's the primary reason, that decrease in intergovernmental revenue of $430,000. So if you add all of those things together, you wind up getting the net of 3.2, plus you also have an increase in transfers from the enterprise funds of $521,566. And that primarily comes from rate increases that were included as part of the proposed budget to the council. Now here's the sales tax comparison. This is actually a 17-year comparison, going all the way back to 2005 and 2006. And you can see back in 2008, 2009, and 2010, the impacts from the recession, as we actually saw decreases in revenue. And then you can see since that time, there's been a couple of years that have been fairly flat, but sales tax has been increasing for that full period of time. In the 2022-23 column, that's our projected number based on 8 months of history. And what that assumes is that we'll follow the same projection, the same level of increase, which is roughly 5.9%. For the next 4 months as we have the last 8. And then the budgeted number that we proposed is roughly 4% above that. So right now we're projecting about 6, and we've backed that number off from 6 to 4. And then this is kind of another way to look at the data, but this is similar, but this is actually the sales tax budget for this same period of time. And it shows similar trends, but the trends are a little bit more varied, just because some years we over budget and some years we under budget, but it's just kind of an interesting thing. I think one thing that it shows pretty accurately, though, is that you can see the big increase in budgeted revenue from 2021-22 to 22-23. And then you can see that a much smaller increase from that year to the budget we've currently proposed. And then this next chart is really interesting. This actually shows the sales tax percentage change each year. And well, you can really see the Great Recession there as it went from a 12% increase down to almost a 13% decrease. But then what I've done is each year after that, you're seeing increases. And then is the forecasted number. That's our 5.93% number. And then the 2024 projected increase is the 4%. And so just another way to look at that data. So before we leave sales tax, I'd be happy to answer any questions if I've confused you, or if you would like any additional explanations on the training information that I've shared.
I think we're good, John.
Okay, I will move to the next slide. This is just property tax. This is a 5-year comparison. You can see that there is, it's generally going up. Part of that in 2023 last year was the council's approval of an increase to account for inflation. But another part of it comes from growth. We also get some benefit, both positive and negative, from collections. Sometimes we'll get money from a prior year that will get collected, and other times we get some money we hope to get that we wouldn't. But overall, you can see that it's not going up significantly, but there is still a little bit of a positive trend, but not a lot.
Real quick on that one, John.
Yes.
In the proposed budget, it did have an assumption that the council would do truth in taxation and make some kind of adjustment for this year.
It does not.
Okay, so if theoretically, if sales tax comes off some and we do truth in taxation and you've got some additional revenue, I mean, there are some offsetting things obviously every year all over the place in the budget, but
yep.
But your proposed budget at this point doesn't have any.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. And then franchise fee revenue. Once again, this primarily comes from rate increases. It's 6% of, we charge 6% for all of our utilities, as well as other utilities that operate within Provo. And so that shows a positive trend there as well. Fee revenue. Once again, the decrease there is related to the engineering fees that we talked about. But once again, it normally is somewhat increasing, but this year is a little bit of a decrease. The miscellaneous revenue, once again, as we talked about earlier, that's primarily the new public safety fee that the airport's being charged. And so we're showing that revenue in the general fund. Transfers to the general fund, you do see a positive trend there, and that has come from rate increases as we've done rate increases each year, specifically for capital improvements and as recently related to inflation.
John, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Now, those airport fees are significant. Will we make them their own category at some point, or?
Well, one of the things that we felt like, we debated about this quite a bit, but because both the police presence at the airport and the fire presence at the airport still fall under the direction and quite a bit of influence from both the police and fire chief, that we felt like it made sense to include them in police and fire, to break them out separately, but felt like that it was important that the airport cover those costs. And so we just thought that would be a good long-term solution to account for it. Now, if you were in a situation like Salt Lake, I mean, they probably have their own separate little police department and fire department that works at the airport. But under our method and our reasoning, we thought it made most sense to handle it this way.
Okay.
Okay, good question. So this is where we're going to talk a little bit about the $24.5 million decrease in enterprise funds budgeted revenues. And as you can see on this slide, water was decreased by about 27 million, wastewater by 34.6, and then the airport increased by 33 million. Okay, so we're going to talk about each of those and why they occurred. So water, in 2023, we budgeted for a grant that was related to the culinary water treatment plant, okay, and the aquifer storage project. And then what we do is we never know exactly when they're going to actually take place, but we were thinking about it and planning and preparing for it in 23. So those funds then once we have budgeted for them, then what we do is include them in our capital improvement carryover. And so that money is still sitting out there and we're still working on the project. But since we had already done that in the 2024 budget, there was no money budgeted for that project. And so as a result, it's a $27 million decrease in budgeted revenue. Okay. And so that's why when you have something this big, it's important to understand why that is and how, and it helps you understand the overall numbers better. And then in wastewater, as we've been building the treatment plant, we receive, as we do work, we receive money from the state because we issued bonds. And then what they do is they release money to us in installments as we complete the projects. And so, and then we anticipate what level we are going to be making draws so that we can book those debt proceeds or that revenue. And so we had a lot of the work that was done on that project was in 23. And then we have quite a bit less, 7.8 million in 24. And then I was talking to Jimmy, we're still going to have some we anticipate will come in 25. But the difference between those two is 27.2 million. And so once again, there's another reason why we had the 26 million. That's why we had the 26 million overall decrease in water, even though in wastewater, even though the revenues were up about 760, they still were down 26.6. And then the airport, you can see that we've had some significant growth in revenues. Went from 1.7 million to 4 million. So that's up 2.4 million right there. But then as far as grants, with the MAG, the Mountain Land Association of Government revenue of 14 million, that was related to the airport terminal project that was completed last year. But the funding did not become available and will not be available until 2024. We got some of it this year, but a big bunch of it coming in 2024. And so that is 14 million of that 51 million. And then we have roughly 38 million, 30 of it is for anticipated grants that we're hoping to get for phase 2 of the terminal, which would include international flights, and then another 88 million for overall improvements to the airport. So then once again, so we got a big increase of 31 million just in grants. And so in a normal year when we're not expanding, we would anticipate that our overall revenues would be about 4.5 million. And so once again, it just makes the numbers little, yet you need to look at them carefully so you understand what they mean and what they tell us. Okay, with that, that's kind of my overview of the revenues. Any questions that I can answer or help with?
Councilor Shipley.
No, well, thank you. I appreciate the detail. What did you do to your arm? It's a work meeting. So did you overwork trying to get these numbers for us, or?
I need a bubble real bad. No, it's the craziest thing in the world. I was working in my garage and I was going to summarize my snowblower. So I put some fuel additive in it and everything. And I went to pull back to start it. And I was kind of close to the railing where your garage door goes up. And I yanked on it and I hit my ankle, my wrist right here, and I broke it. Is that the stupidest thing you've ever heard? So anyway, call me a klutz. That's what I am. So my wife doesn't know what to do with me, so I don't either. So okay.
Thank you for the numbers.
Thank you.
All right, we will now have a presentation regarding the fiscal year 23-24 consolidated fee schedule. And this will be presented by Kelsey Zarbach, our budget officer. Kelsey, I watched some really old council meetings and I was reminded that you used to be in the council.
I was, yeah. So kind of like coming home every time, although I have liked both places where I'm at. So today we're going to go through the consolidated fee schedule proposed changes for the fiscal year 24 budget. Before I get started, I really need to give a shout out to all the departments because they do most of the legwork in analyzing the current fees and deciding what needs to change in the upcoming fiscal year. And so kind of piggybacking off of what John just talked about with the revenues, the proposed fees in the fiscal year 24 budget are built into the revenue projections. And so what you'll see today are already factored into the budget. Okay. Right here, and just a heads up, I'm not going to go through every single fee change in detail. I've broken them out basically by what residents might be most interested in, and then also what the new fees are, what the fee increases are that are most notable, and then also what some fee decreases are. And so that's how we'll go through the fee schedule today. But here's a list of all the departments that did come back with some changes. Customer service only had one small change. We'll get to that in a minute. Development services updated some building fees and then also added a couple of fees we'll get to. Fire had a lot of plan review fee changes, as well as they increased some of their ambulance fees and then some fire truck response fees. Parks and Recreation, they updated multiple areas in their department with their fees. And I was looking through them, just trying to figure out why. And it was all due to inflation. And so they're just staying right on top of that. We'll get to some examples in a minute. Energy had rate increase proposals, and multiple divisions in Public Works also had rate increase proposals. Justice Court, their fees are unique in the sense that they're tied to what the state decides. And so they have a link to the state's website with those fee changes. And I don't even think they quite know yet what they will be, but they go into effect on July 1st. So the link is what we just have in the consolidated fee schedule. And then library had a few updates as well. So here's the list of some of the new fees. I think this might be all of the new fees. Customer service added a towing bond fee. And this is actually something that's already dictated in the city code, but it just hadn't ever been spelled out on the fee schedule. And so they wanted to make sure that was correct. And so they added that towing bond fee this year. Development services, and you're probably familiar with this, they added the accessory dwelling unit fee, and that was for both single and multiple dwelling units. And they have those respective prices there. Peace Ice Arena, they have a skate sharpening service, but they wanted to make sure that was accounted for in their fees. And so they're listing that. And it's between $8 to $10, depending on how fast you need your skates sharpened. Airport added 2 fees, the passenger facility charge and the document review fee. And then wastewater has a pretreatment compliance reinspection fee.
Sorry, real quick on the airport. I seem to remember seeing the daily going from 10 to 12. Did that not make it
That's
to
the next slide for the fee increases. No, you're good. I'm glad that I have it on my presentation somewhere. But those are the new fees that just haven't been in the fee schedule before and that are getting added this time. But here, if you look at that third bullet point, there's the airport. We'll get down there. But these are notable fee increases that are for non-utilities. We'll go through the utilities next. But Parks and Rec, again, they had several different fees that increased. And for example, the pavilion rental fees, they're increasing because of inflation, because personnel costs to maintain those pavilions have gone up, as well as just the operating costs to maintain the pavilions. And so all those pavilion fee rentals are increasing. One thing I forgot to mention is if you want more detail about like what the actual price differences are, the budget book, the tentative budget book is available online. And if you go to page 148, it has a summary with all of these fees listed out. And then if you want even more detail on base, we have the line by line consolidated fee schedule with the changes up there as well. So you don't have to just rely on this PowerPoint. There's more detail available. So going back to the Parks and Rec, adult sport fees are increasing, I think, in most of the categories. And then the categories for youth sports are increasing that are listed up on the screen. For golf, most of their daily entrance fees are going up by about $1 in their proposal. And then their membership fees are increasing. And I think I wrote down the amounts. They have a championship membership, and what these memberships are 7 days a week, March through November. So the championship fee was at $850 and it's going up to $949. And then their all access membership is going from $900 to $1,049. And again, they're looking, just assessing what their costs are. And I think for most of Parks and Rec, they don't have discretionary revenue coming from these fees. It's all just to kind of keep their services or to cover the costs that they have. Okay. Here we have the airport. So this was a big one. They have a few other fees that are changing, but the parking fee it's proposed that it goes from $10 a day to $12 per day per vehicle. And I know that they presented on that a few months ago. I don't know if you have further questions about the airport, but that is something residents would probably be interested in. And then sanitation, we have, if residents like to purchase compost from the city, the rate for per cubic yard is going from $3 to $5. So that's something that a few people might care about. Here we have fee increases specifically to utilities. Now, there are a lot of proposed fee increases across utilities. So Energy and Public Works were good enough to give us the average monthly cost for an average resident that I have listed in the subtext here. So hopefully that kind of gives people a feel for what those costs will translate into. Energy is proposing a 2% rate increase, water, 5% rate increase, water is a 3% rate increase. And I will say for water and wastewater, those fee increases wouldn't go into effect until September 1st, because I know Public Works is sensitive to, summer is when you have more water usage. And so they just want to make sure that the higher costs don't hurt residents right when the usage is high. Sanitation is proposing a 7% rate increase, and then the utility transportation fee, it's recommended that that go up by 5%. So if you look at that total, I just summed up like what the monthly increases were for each of those rate increases. And so the average resident would be paying an additional $8.72 a month if all of those rate increases went into effect. So believe it or not, the city is also looking at fees that might be obsolete or that can be reduced. And so I have a few examples here. Parks and Recreation, they have a photography class that they've offered at $70, and they're reducing that to $50. And I think they're just trying to bring it in line with some of the other class offerings that they have. So that's an example of a fee reduction. Library is reducing the fee for colored copies and prints from 50 cents per page to 40 cents per page. And then they used to charge people for an internet usage pass, and now they're just eliminating that altogether. They've just noticed that people have their own Wi-Fi devices and they don't really need the city computers to access the internet. So it's still a service that's available, but people don't have to pay for it. So that is a summary of the fees. Again, there's more detail available on OnBase and also in the city budget book, but I'm happy to take any questions that you might have now.
I think we're good. Thank you. I appreciate you working it out and showing us exactly what the increase is going to be.
Thanks. And we had help from Energy and Public Works for sure on those. Great. So thank you.
Okay. Next, a presentation regarding transfers in the proposed tentative fiscal year 23-24 budget. And this will be presented by Dan Follett, the finance director.
Thank you. Let me first say and thank the council for allowing us to hire Kelsey into finance. So she's been a great addition. In terms of transfers, state law requires that we provide an annual disclosure of funds transferred from the utility enterprise funds to other funds. And we're required to do that in a couple of ways. The first is we have to send a notice to all the ratepayers, and that has been included over the past month. And if you haven't received it, you will receive it in the next week. And it's a notice that describes all of the transfers that the city makes. And I'll walk through that. The second item is we're required to hold a public hearing, and that public hearing is scheduled for June 6th in the regular council meeting at 5:30. So let me just walk through. There's essentially 6 different transfers that take place. The first transfer that takes place is 10% of the utility fund revenues. And this is essentially a dividend to Provo taxpayers that is the result of the city owning and operating all of the major utilities in Provo except gas. So when I refer to major utilities, I'm referring to energy, water, wastewater, sanitation, and storm drain. And this transfer helps keep other taxes low, property taxes in particular. and spreads the cost of does a better job of spreading the cost of services throughout those who utilize those services in the community versus if it was all just done through property tax. So in terms of the 10% transfer for the 2024 budget, the amount is $12,797,503. The next category of transfer, and this was established in 2013, is a 1% transfer of utility revenues to the general fund, and it's used specifically to enhance the available funding for road maintenance throughout the city. And that amount is $1,279,750 in the 2024 budget. The next transfer is administrative overhead, and there are certain administrative functions that it makes more sense to do them on a citywide basis than have a separate finance, a separate HR, a separate legal department, a separate IT department in every department throughout the city. So those are done on a citywide basis, and then those costs are reimbursed by the utilities that receive the benefit. And the amount that's reimbursed is $1,540,076. And then in November of 2011, a resolution was passed that enacted a telecom debt service fee, and that fee is utilized to provide the debt service payments on the telecom bonds, and that totals $3,575,000 in the 2024 budget. I will also mention that those bonds will be repaid in full on February 15th of 2026. The next category is Provo City's implemented a citywide system known as Provo 360 that benefits the residents, customers, and all departments throughout the city. And so there's a transfer for the benefit received and repayment of an interfund loan, and the portion that relates to the enterprise funds or utility funds is $235,136 in 2024. And I will note that that interfund loan will be paid off in fiscal 2025. And then finally, there's a transfer of $583,820 from the wastewater fund to the water fund. And that transfer relates to the management of the water fund, also manages the wastewater fund. And it's just more efficient than having two separate sets of management. And so all of the expenses are kept in the water fund and then reimbursed to the extent that they provide services to the wastewater fund. And that makes up all of the 6 different transfers. There's a table at the bottom that you have on the screen right now that details out each one of the transfers. And I would ask if the council has any questions.
Councilor Shipley.
Dan, thank you. Can you help us understand where the 10% figure, what the history is on that specific figure? And then also, can you speak to whether or not there's any risk to us as a city from a state's, from a state legislation standpoint of that changing, of that being dictated to us, of them eliminating transfers in any way for cities at this point?
So in terms of the background, I've been with the city almost 15 years, and it has always been 10%. It's essentially the amount that was agreed to. And there's been, I think, there's been an effort to maintain it at that 10% over all that time. And I think going forward, not that it couldn't be changed, but again, I think the administration, council, everyone would want to look at that very closely from a 10% perspective. What we're going through today is the result of I think there were some cities, maybe one in Utah County, that was being fairly aggressive in how they were using these transfers. And so the state legislature passed a requirement that we have to notify, and they determined the way to notify was through a separate piece of paper that was included in the utility bill of the ratepayers. And so we do that, we comply with that, and then we have to hold a public hearing and we comply with that. I have not heard of any other proposed legislation at this time. And this has been the case for a number of years now. So at this point in time, I'm not aware of a threat to the way that we handle it. And again, it's from my perspective, the city takes on a certain level of risk and responsibility in providing these services and owning these utilities. And we feel that the 10% transfer is a reasonable return to the city for taking on that risk and that management responsibility of those utilities.
Well, I mean, for me personally, if I'm a resident of Provo, and you alluded to this earlier, I think it's a huge benefit for us to have these. We could have a private entity, creating this service for us, and they would be returning, their profitability and a big portion of their cash flow to their stockholders. And this is our way of basically returning a dividend basically to us as a city and our city operations. And I think it's a huge benefit. That's why I wonder how much state control is there, and do we have to worry about this on an ongoing basis to try to protect it if necessary?
Right.
So thank you.
Yep. Any other questions?
I think we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, is this our last? Nope, two more. Okay, a discussion regarding the general fund, and this will be presented by Michael Sanders, policy analyst. FYI, Michael, I did send this out on my newsletter and people liked it.
Okay, well, good afternoon, council. Thank you for inviting me here today to talk about our wonderful general fund. So, wait a minute, I'll just keep talking right now while the presentation is being brought up. So just a little recap, this presentation is going to go over some basic financial ratios to be able to just compare different categories of the general fund with each other to see how the health of the fund is doing, and just some other general fund analysis in general. And just as a recap, the general fund is the primary fund for the city. It's kind of where all the other departments and divisions that aren't like enterprise funds or CIP projects kind of get thrown together. So we have 9 general fund departments. They're kind of everything that's housed inside of this city, all the administrative functions, except for Parks and Rec. They're over there in the rec center. But yeah, there's about 9 of them, and they're all lumped together here, paid out of through the general fund. So I just want to go over real quick through the projected revenues for the general fund. Right now, we're budgeted to have about $85 million of revenue. It's kind of broken up into 3 main parts: taxes, transfers in, and different fees. In the taxes section, we have about $43 million of projected revenues to come in. Taxes are also broken up into 3 other subsets: taxes, property tax, sales tax, property tax, and other taxes. The sales tax is the largest source of revenue for the general fund at 35% of our general fund revenues comes through that sales tax. And for property tax, it's about 7% of the budget. Transfers in, that's about 17% of total revenues for the general fund. That just is mostly from those transfers that Dan just talked about, the 10% from the utility sales, the 11%, 10% for general operations, and then the 1% for roads. The fees there, that also make up a large percentage of the budget. That's such things such as franchise fees, building permit fees, and then other things from public safety. As far as expenditures go, we also have $85 million, the exact same as the revenues. The budget is presented to you as a balanced budget with expenditures matching revenues. The largest portion of expenditures is personnel, followed by operations. Operations include utilities, and chargebacks. We also have quite a bit going towards insurance and retirement benefits. I mean, one thing that this slide does not include on there, if you added all those numbers up together, it would come up to about 76 million. So this slide does not include the 9 million in transfers that also is counted towards an expenditure. Okay. All right, so now the next part of this presentation, part 2, is just going to go over some fund ratios, which is kind of a way to compare aspects of the general fund with each other. Now, normally these fund ratios are used to analyze the financial health of the fund at the close of the fiscal year using the comprehensive financial report, but it can also be used within a budget context in order just to show the projected financial condition of the general fund for this upcoming fiscal year. So we just go over two different aspects: resource flow, which is the inflow and outflow of our resources, all of the money that we're receiving and spending, and then the resource stock that's kind of takes a bigger view such on things like our assets and liabilities and fund balances. So the first fund ratio we'll go over is about our service obligation, or this is kind of our operations needs. It's total resource inflows and total resource outflows. So this graph here is showing our projected revenues and expenditures. The ratio on a ratio of 1 or more indicates that we're receiving more than we're spending. So there on the blue bar is what the ratio would be if we didn't have the transfers, and the orange bar is when you include the transfers in there. So as you can see, we get pretty close to that number, to the 1. We get pretty close to the revenues and expenditures evening out, but we just need that little bump from the transfers in order to offset the deficits, right? So these transfers that we need, as on average for the past 5 years, has been about 17% of general fund revenues. And so our general fund is supported pretty substantially by these transfers. But as Dan said, and as Councilor Shipley indicated, it has been a pretty good policy of the city in order to utilize these transfers in order to get that balanced budget that we have every year. The next fund ratio that is really good to look at for the general fund is the dependency ratio, or the intergovernmental ratio. This just looks at how much we're relying on other governmental entities in order to help our general fund out. So as you can see, throughout the years, our reliance on other governments has been declining. So in FY20, it was intergovernmental dollars made up about 12% of our revenues, but that was back from the large influx from COVID dollars and ARPA money. And it's just generally been going down. And for this year, it's about 1% of the budget.
So I was wondering about that. Is it just the federal money and like ARPA and COVID stuff, or was there stuff previous to that was a significant influence?
So it just depends on from year to year. It depends on if we're getting grants from the county or other state funding.
So it's all the grants and everything, and all federal and the airport, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so financing obligation, this is focusing on the debt service ratio. This just takes total debt service divided by total expenditures. And this kind of is showing what percentage of our general fund is going towards debt service. So a lot of professional agencies say that you should never be spending more than 10% of your general fund towards your debt service, and bond rating agencies say you should never be using more than 20%. But Provo is really good, and we don't really put very much from our general fund going towards our debt service because we have other means of paying for it. And it's really, really good because the more that you're taking out of your general fund to go towards your debt service is less money that you could be putting towards other service such as public safety, parks, recreation, all the great stuff that we do. So Provo is it's been going down. There wasn't a good graph to do this, so I just put the numbers on there. All right, the last financial ratio we'll go over is just our leverage, or our debt as a percentage of assessed value. So this is kind of taking our tax supported debt, our GO bond debt as a percentage of our assessed value. So it's just been going down steadily. It's kind of perceived to be, you're in a good spot if you're in between 1% to 2%. And we've just been going down, down, down. And we've been averaged at 1.09% for the past 5 years. So we're just going, because the home values are going up and our debt has been going down. Our GO debt has been going down. So we're really within the national benchmarks on this. Okay, part 3 of this presentation, we're just going to go over some general fund analysis. So this here slide is just the different general fund departments and divisions, just visualized in a percentage of total expenditures. So the darker the green is the more percent of the general fund that particular department or division is taking up. So the police are the highest, so they're taking up almost 30% of the budget, and the recorder division is the lowest, taking up 0.29% of the general fund budget. So if we have any questions about this, we can come back to it later, or yeah. So this last slide here is just the changes in the general fund from FY23 to FY24. All of the departments had an increase except for the general fund, the general services department. Mainly this is due to inflationary increases, the proposed COLA, and other things of that nature. I'll just go over really quickly the departments that are highlighted in red. Those are the top 5 departments that are having percentage increases. And so we'll just start from the top. So the fire department, the 8.47% increase is mainly due to the proposed supplemental request of 3 fire captains. The IS division, that has a little more in there. It has to do with the supplemental request for the public works airport analyst.
Okay, Counselor Shipley has a question.
Sorry, real quick.
All good.
But as we just discussed in a previous discussion, those 3 fire captains then get a transfer back to their department to offset those, right? So,
Right.
So we're just talking about a gross expense. In
Yeah.
reality, it didn't go up. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And so the information systems is a lot of the variety of different supplemental requests, such as the airport analyst, a lot of cybersecurity functions, such as the email gateway, patch endpoint management. And also IS also went up quite a bit due to some, in addition to the COLA, IS also received a variety of market rate study adjustments. Development services, this was mainly due to increases in the personnel budget for parking enforcement and a variety of other supplemental requests. The streets division, they went up the largest 31%. That was mainly due to just budget increases due to inflation. It costs a lot more for all of the road maintenance, such road salt, metal hardware, and other certifications. That specific division was hit pretty hard with the increased winter and also increased costs for building. And legal, they went up 10%. That was mainly just due to that was just due to personnel increases and to offset turnover rates. And just to go over the general services decrease of 26%, that was mainly due to carryovers from the vehicle replacement fund. So that was about it. But there's a lot that you can ask and do with the general fund. This was just kind of my ideas on what I thought you guys would like to see. But if there's anything more, any questions you guys have or any additional research into the general fund you'd like me to do, you can ask me now or feel free to email me and I'll just get it back to you as soon as possible.
Thanks, Michael. That was great. Any questions for Michael? Counselor Ellsworth.
I just want to compliment you and say this is terrific. Thanks for doing this kind of analysis. It makes it a lot more accessible, and to compare them side by side is really helpful as well. So thanks.
Counselor Shipley.
Yeah, thank you. I thought Ms. Ellsworth was going to say that we needed to compare them side by side with other cities to make them look bad. And anytime we can do that, I'd suggest we add that in. So you mentioned that we come right in where we should, in a lot of these ratios, and it'd be great to throw other people under the bus and be able to see theirs. So for next time.
For
Thank
next
you.
year.
Will do.
All right. Our final item on the work meeting, a presentation of the fiscal year 24 tentative budget and council priorities. And this will be presented to us by our executive director, Justin Harrison.
Good afternoon, council. So following our January, I'll say budget retreat, where the council discussed their priorities for this coming fiscal year, the council office has been focused on those priorities, and following the release of the tentative budget, wanted to really lay out which of those priorities were contained within the tentative budget and were funded. Here's just a quick snapshot. This is the list of priorities that the council adopted. They also included a number of priorities from the previous fiscal year. One of the priorities receiving the highest amount of votes from the council was regarding long-range planning and completing the long-range plans that you see on the screen before you. This was funded previously by the council, but wanted to give you a quick update on just where these plans are at the moment. The council adopted the general plan earlier this year. Earlier today, you heard an update, and tonight we'll have the opportunity to adopt the update to the downtown master plan. The conservation and resiliency plan is still being worked on by development services and the consultant that they've been working with, and they plan to bring that before the council sometime in July. The gateways plan has kicked off and is being run in-house by development services staff. And they plan on tentatively bringing that to the council sometime in August of this year. And the canyons and hillsides and river and lakeshore plan also kicked off late last fall. And development services is working with a consultant on that plan, on those plans as well. And they tentatively plan on bringing those to the council in the fall of this year, most likely October. So just a quick update on those plans. They are funded, staff is working on them, but wanted to make you aware of where that priority currently lies. The next priority that the council included was a Provo specific housing audit or study. This was talked about fairly extensively in a work meeting a few months ago. The council decided not to move forward with an RFP, however, directed staff to see what could be done internally. And council staff continuing to work with IS, specifically with GIS, and want to just give a quick shout out to Stan. He has been incredibly helpful on this and has connected us with our current GIS vendor, Esri, and we're working on a free trial of some software that we're hoping can help the council realize some of those goals that they hope to see in allowing us to bring in some county and city specific data that can be useful in some of these land use and planning decisions. 5-year staffing plan for police and fire. This is still being worked on by the administration. However, did want to point out the supplemental positions contained in the tentative budget that are currently funded. They include 3 fire captains, specifically for the airport, 2 police officers for patrol. The additional ask has been for there are 2 police officer positions that are currently unfunded that they would like to see. IS and cybersecurity enhancements were another priority for the council. I wanted to walk you through just quickly on some of the supplemental positions that are funded within the tentative budget. They include the email security gateway, some of the unfunded supplemental positions that were considered critical by cybersecurity included patch management tools and internal threat preventions that accounted for roughly $231,000. And I failed to mention this at the beginning for all of you and for those listening online. There's a detailed chart that includes some additional information that's located in the backup information that includes some of these unfunded positions. IS and IS positions included a funded allotment for an airport / public works analyst, as well as upgrades to City View. The one unfunded critical ask was for a Kayenta analyst. Employee retention was another priority. It included in the tentative budget is a 4% COLA, a 2.5% merit increase, a 4.6% health insurance increase that will go into effect as of January 1st when new health insurance plans go into effect. Additionally, there was a market grade study that's done yearly by Human Resources, and the total for all of those different employee retention pieces came to just over $3 million. City debt was something that was brought up as well by the council in that meeting. And we've talked about this a little bit in past meetings, but did want to point out there is one variable rate that's part of the city's debt portfolio. It's a 3-month LIBOR plus 0.2% interest rate, and the principal balance on that is just over $1.6 million. I did want to note that has been funded through CDBG funds, and want to remind the council that that approval will be coming back on June 6th. So if there is any interest in making a change and funding some additional or putting additional funds towards that specific principal balance, if there are any interest in making changes to the CDBG allocation, just wanted to make you aware. The Provo app was also included in the council's priorities. This is, again, an ongoing project and part of the mayor's Big Six. Just an update on the city website. Departments have been going through and doing cleanup on the current city website just to remove outdated material, to make it easier and cheaper to move forward with that new website. But when that does come online, there will be a Provo app included. Quite a few of the council's priorities also included projects that are part of the capital improvement plan, and wanted to touch on those briefly. So Rock Canyon Master Plan was included. A majority of this project is funded moving forward. And I've noted in that chart that's in your backup material, you'll see references to the pages on the CIP where each of these projects are included if you would like to look into them a little deeper, or for those who are listening online. So roughly $3 million is the cost of the project, at least for the trailhead portion. Roughly $2 million has been funded through grants, and $500,000 of a city match. That matching portion will come from the city, as it is the other $500,000 is raised from outside fundraising, which continues. The other portion of this project is $825,000 in the following fiscal year, FY23, for the Rock Canyon Trailhead Roundabout. And so this is all in coordination with the ASR project that is going in up there as well. So there's a lot of moving parts, but a majority of this project has been funded. Slate Canyon is another, or Slate Canyon Park and Slate Canyon Park Master Plan was another priority for the council. And this is included in the CIP budget as well. Currently, to date, there is roughly $4 million funded through anticipated impact fees and RAP tax. The planning committee for the park has met, and as that planning committee continues to meet and a plan is developed for that park, there will be a final budget, and we'll know what that delta is between what is currently funded and what is unfunded. But Parks has assured me that they continue to look for outside funding and grants to help with expediting that project. Peaks Arena and Fieldhouse updates was something that the council brought up. This rendering you'll remember from the Parks and Rec budget presentation a few weeks ago. And so they have received, or will be receiving roughly $6 million from the state. This is coming in increments. So you'll remember the last time they came, it was to talk about the $800,000 they had received for upgrades to specifically locker room facilities inside of Peaks Ice Arena. And as an announcement is hopefully made and we get closer to an Olympic bid, that those funds will continue to be released in order to make those continued upgrades and refurbishments for Olympic readiness. What is unfunded and what they had talked about was roughly $6 to $8 million was the initial estimate for an expansion of the field house and the adding of an ice ribbon. So that is not funding that would come from the state allocation, and that is currently an unfunded CIP project.
Okay, Counselor Ellsworth has a question.
Yeah. So I remember talking about this in our priorities meeting. I don't remember talking about the ice ribbon. I think that was brought up a few months thereafter. So are we combining, what does this entail? Because this was not the scope of intent for improvements at the ice arena was smaller than this.
Sure. And so this was just the estimate that Parks and Rec could receive based off of this rendering. I can ask them to kind of break out and what that cost estimate would look like separately for ice ribbon versus actual field house expansion. But this was just off of their presentation to the council and their budget presentation.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure we're focusing on the council priorities and not the add-ons.
Another big priority from the council was sidewalk repair and replacement. And at this upcoming council meeting on June 6th, we'll hear from Public Works regarding a study that was done by the local technical, what is their name now? From Utah State, from the local technical assistance program, who did a study this fall regarding the sidewalks and sidewalk maintenance in Provo City. As far as rough estimates go, sidewalk repair citywide is estimated at roughly $6 million. ADA ramps are estimated at $10 million for current intersections that don't have ADA ramps, and then missing sidewalk or areas of the city that were developed without sidewalk or currently undeveloped areas. So take this number with a grain of salt is estimated at over $100 million. So there are areas in the city that are undeveloped that are included, but as they are developed, would be developed with sidewalk or with curb and gutter. And so currently in the CIP, There is $500,000 funded in the BNC Roads CIP for sidewalk repair and replacement. However, there are a number of other sidewalk and curb and gutter projects that are unfunded for this fiscal year. They include $500,000 for new sidewalk, a temporary asphalt path for Shoreline Middle School, school-related sidewalk funding for $500,000, and then I'm sure you've all seen the emails recently about the trail behind the neighborhood Walmart in Carterville.
I have a question.
Okay, Counselor Whipple.
All right. So on the Shoreline Middle School temporary asphalt path, is the idea that that would later be replaced with a sidewalk? So we'd be paying twice?
I believe that is the idea. Currently, that's through a section that is not yet developed. And so there would eventually be curb and gutter and sidewalk put in once development went in there. However, it would be done by
The developer.
the developer.
Okay. And then for the Shoreline Middle School temporary asphalt path and the school-related sidewalk funding, are both of those the results of moving schools?
That's a good question. I'm not sure, but I can check on that for you and ask
Yeah.
Public Works.
Yeah, because if we as a city are having to pay more for essential critical infrastructure to support the school district in their decision to move school locations, then I want that to be clear. And then on the new sidewalk curb and gutter that is unfunded, is that envisioned for a specific area, or is that just generally we would like this much money to do for new sidewalks? Cuts out.
That is not spelled out in that CIP, but I can reach out to Public Works and see if I know they have a prioritization list for repair and replacement. And I imagine there's a priority for new sidewalks as well.
And then the last question is, if we do not find the extra $1,150,000 to do these unfunded sidewalk things, the $500 that is slotted and funded for sidewalk replacement, does that end up going for these really essential things for the schools to have safe routes to schools? I mean, would we be not doing scheduled maintenance in some parts of the city in order to get the schools done?
Sure. So currently it is slated for sidewalk replacement. It's my understanding that departments submit to finance where these projects fall. So I'm happy to follow up with Public Works and see where, how, and when these.
What their priority
fall.
for getting
Yes.
things done is. And so if they only get the 500,000, what gets done? If
Yeah.
we can find a little bit more, then what next bit would get done? Thank you.
One more thought about the Parks and Rec thing. We definitely did ask for an expansion of the soccer fields since there's such a shortage there. And we did ask for expansion in somehow to accommodate more skaters because they're maxed all the time. It's hard to get in. They're at capacity through the winter, especially this last winter. So I think we still need to get numbers. It's fine to separate those two, but we need numbers on both of the options.
Perfect. The next priority, and this was contained in the council priority list, was traffic calming on Slate Canyon Road. This is also an unfunded project on the BNC Road CIP. So some of I think the reasoning behind this came from the safety action plan that was adopted by the council, and Streets has put some higher priorities on areas, and this is just a screenshot from the safety action plan. On the slide, you'll see the heat map. There were some higher priority areas that they have prioritized. There was also concern from the neighborhood regarding Slate Canyon and there was a COP report that was given at the March 9th neighborhood district meeting for District 2. And I'm happy to forward that information to the council so it can be made available. But they had monitored speeds on Slate Canyon at 1300 South Slate Canyon for 10 days in March, and took that data back and continue to monitor speeds along that road. However, roughly 65% of the vehicles over those 10 days were operating under the speed limit, and 35% over the speed limit. So not a huge sample size, 15,000 vehicles over 10 days, but I think some evidence as to why that project was pushed down further. But again, and really the purpose for bringing this to you all is to see which of the priorities that you had put forward are funded within the budget and which are unfunded, and where you may or may not want to make changes to the budget that you all will pass. Center Street improvements were also contained in the council's priority list. And the FY24 engineering CIP includes $250,000 for some Center Street improvements. These include things like speed tables, lighting, outdoor dining improvements. However, there is a $2.5 million unfunded project that's part of the BNC Road CIP, specifically for updates as far as road maintenance, curb and gutter, and sidewalk for Center Street. So kind of two separate funding allocations there. I'm glad there's a chuckle. So I wanted to brush up, and I shouldn't even say brush up, learn a little Provo history, and found a nice picture of the old reams that I've heard about. And now I feel like I've actually seen it. So just talking about Southeast Grocery Store, and this has come up a number of times, as well as grocery on the west side. The city continues to work with potential grocers and other markets that are interested in coming into Provo. However, they're highly dependent on their own market research, and the city can do some things in order to entice those businesses to come here. However, there are some restrictions, as was talked about a little bit earlier today, as far as big box stores. However, economic development continues to work with interested parties throughout the city on bringing grocery. And the last priority was open space preservation. So this is ongoing, and we'll just touch quickly again on the Conservation Resiliency Plan. This is a plan that was funded by the council. Again, we'll hopefully come to you all sometime this summer. And we'll address some of those questions about acquiring conservation easements or funding for acquiring land that can be put under conservation easement. I know there was a question from the council previously regarding just how much open space is there in the city. So there's roughly, the city's made up of just over 28,000 acres, and roughly 1,400 of those acres are zoned OSPR, so under that open space, preservation and recreation. So roughly 5% of the city.
Does that include parks?
That does.
So that's parks, and then easements and stuff we brought in and put under that.
Yep, just under that OSPR designation. So that wouldn't include other land use designations like, I guess, so agricultural designations and land.
Doesn't include government like Provo Delta, River Delta, or that.
I'll have to check and see where that land designation is. And it may actually, that may not be considered under the city as it's owned by the federal government. So, so.
Admittedly, that's lower than I hoped it would be.
All right. So those were the priorities from the council. Wanted to see if there's any questions that I can go back and answer or find out. I know there were a number that came up, but wanted to present this just to start a dialogue with the council on which of your priorities were funded and contained in the tentative budget, which priorities were not, and just to get the conversation started for you to be thinking about the budget that will come before you to ultimately be passed. So, any questions?
For that open space, Justin, it would be handy to know relative to what, like other cities. I just need a reference for that number. Any other questions? That's great. Thank you so much.
Actually, Catrice, I had a quick question.
I'm sorry, George.
That's okay. It's actually maybe a comment just on this last point. I think even if we have data that says we have this many acres of open space, I'm not actually sure that's the right data point for what we're talking about here. Certainly, it's not relevant to know how many public parks we have, but we're aware of properties sometimes. I mean, we referenced the industrial area in the south of the city. There might be other areas in the city that come up for purchase that are currently in private hands, but that are desirable for the city to purchase. So I don't quite know how to plan for that exactly in terms of strategizing, because some of these things probably are a little more they just kind of emerge and serendipitously become available. But as our conversation last time, I think, persuaded me, I'm not so sure that we need to prioritize creating a fund if we can at least consider the possibility that we have the means to appropriate funds in the general fund for something like that when it becomes available. I don't know. I mean, I'm still open to the idea of it, but I just wanted to clarify that one statistical data point that I'm not sure is. I don't think it's going to tell us everything we need to know just to know how many current acres are in open space to understand why we might need this money.
Perfect. Real quick. Thanks, Councilor Hanley. I think to your point, it was talked about a little bit when this topic came up a few meetings ago, at least from finance, to not create a specific fund, but to your point, when these situations happen, there is the opportunity for the council to move to appropriate those funds if they see fit or if they see appropriate. And that kind of got my mind going as we were listening to the presentation from Mr. Maury on the RDA and a fund for economic development. I think that the same type of thing may or may not be, I don't want to speak for finance, but appropriate in the same way that as projects come along or opportunities come along, to bring that to the council for their support and for an appropriation.
Yeah, I like that thinking. Thanks.
Any other comments or questions for Justin? Thank you, Justin.
Thanks.
All right, if there is no objection, we will now adjourn the Provo Municipal Council meeting by unanimous consent.
Record.